Hello, on behalf of the American Geographical Society, welcome to Geography 2050, our annual fall symposium, now in its 8th year. This year, our theme is towards a more equitable future. At AGS, we understand our role as the foremost standard bearer for geography and geospatial science. And we believe geographers and all of us involved in the world of geospatial must engage in the conversation surrounding how we move towards a more justice-centered future for all. Equity is an inherently place-based phenomenon, no matter where you are in the world. In fact, research shows inequity is impacted by your longitude and latitude. AGS members and followers have unique skills and insight that can be valuable as we all struggle to make the world a better place. We are hoping the discussions we begin this week will be useful in pursuing this more equitable future and provide geo-expertise as decision makers and everyday citizens consider how they will act. No matter what area you focus on, the pandemic, inflation, unemployment, the Academy Awards, access to food and housing, healthcare, unstable governments, even space exploration, one cannot help but notice the inequity that exists virtually everywhere. Now, it would be very naive to suggest that we should embark on a journey to make everything and everyone equal, and we are not suggesting this. But it does make sense to most people that we must make progress towards a more justice-centered future when it involves the survival of humanity or the ability of people to live a decent life that at the very least allows for basic necessities to live and opportunity to thrive and grow. Inequity that threatens our survival and causes people to suffer by merely living must be addressed, and we all have a responsibility to do our part. AGS has a proud history, but like all organizations, we have made mistakes in decisions and actions along the way. We cannot change what our history has recorded, but we can do now our part to move forward to a more equitable future. Our symposium this year is just that, our part. We don't pretend to have all the answers or even know what all the questions are, but we are committed to do better. We are committed to push change and not just let it happen on its own. We are committed to use geography and geospatial science to make the world better. And we are confident that our use of geography and geospatial science will result in a more equitable future. So thank you. Thank you for joining us this week. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and ideas on this topic. And thank you for your commitment towards a more equitable future. AGS is very lucky to have at its helm two people whose names are synonymous with geography and geospatial science. They understand deeply the responsibility of AGS to actively participate in the equitable conversation. And they both had the foresight over a year ago to champion this symposium from the very beginning. It gives me great pleasure to begin our symposium with an introduction by our chairman, Dr. Christopher Tucker, and our president, Dr. Marie Price. Marie?
Thanks, John, and thank you for joining this year's symposium. We began developing this theme over 2 years ago. What inspired this topic was our recognition of the challenges of economic inequality and its dynamic patterning across the surface of the earth. These differences are driven by many factors, including state and local policies, investment decisions, natural resource base, a changing climate, and discrimination by race, gender, ethnicity, and age. Our mission at AGS is to be the foremost champion of geography for the benefit of society. We believe that the use of spatial thinking and geospatial tools will be critical to measure our progress and to build a more equitable future. This is a difficult topic, but such an important one. Our aim was to be forward-looking and oriented to solving problems and finding solutions. To do this, we reached out to a broad and diverse group of presenters from academia, industry, government, and civil society, to make this the most diverse gathering in the 8 years of Geography 2050's history, something we're very proud of. This event would not be possible without the thoughtful guidance and intellectual contributions of Dr. Amy Glassmeyer, our symposium chair. I also want to recognize the entire organizing committee for their efforts in building the program. Andrea D'Amato, Kenan Fikri, Dr. Dee Jordan, Dr. Robin Lachenko, Dr. Chris Tucker, and Dr. Joseph Wood. For many years, we have included educators in this event, especially AP Human Geography teachers. AP Human Geography is now one of the top 10 AP exams in the country, with 250,000 students taking the exam each year. AP Geography teachers are leading the effort across the United States to advance geographic education for a new generation of students. When we meet in person, we usually have 50 geography teacher fellows. Our virtual format allows for hundreds of teachers to join us. I'm especially pleased to share that 2 teacher fellows will be in our program this year, Celeste Reynolds and Greg Hill. As a reminder, we will be hosting the Saturday morning workshop at 11 a.m. for teachers, so please sign up for that. To reach a wider audience, we made the decision to make this an open access event. So all these talks will be available to you online through our website, not just this week, but throughout the year. Save your favorite talks, share them with friends, use them in classes. We do ask that you consider making a tax-deductible contribution to Geography 2050. There's a donate button on the site. It only takes a moment. Your support will allow us to share Geography 2050 events going forward, so that the ideas and policies suggested can reach a diverse and broad audience. And now I invite Chris Tucker, the chair of AGS, to share a few remarks. Chris.
Thank you, Marie, for your thoughtful introduction of this very important subject. Inequality manifests geographically, shaping the landscape of our lives in so many ways and along so many dimensions that it's often difficult to make sense of it all. As Marie already said, Geography 2050 is a multi-year strategic dialogue about the vital trends that will reshape the geography of our planet over the coming decades. While we have addressed so many different classes of trends over the last 7 years of Geography 2050 symposia, geographic inequality strikes me as something different in kind. As we look at our world through this lens of geographic inequality, we find ourselves peeling back the covers of some of the most troubling parts of our societies and even our interpersonal relationships that systematically undermine the well-being and future success of our neighbors, our fellow citizens, and even our friends and family. While our selfish selves and our self-centered selves naturally focus on how we can live in the best neighborhood, keep crime far away from us, place our children in the best schools, and enjoy natural landscapes for ourselves, our more empathetic selves demand that we think geographically, that we understand the patterns of geographic inequality, which may be out of our sight or over the horizon. Our empathetic selves quest to understand why structural disadvantages persist in neighborhoods or regions or in nations around the other side of the world. Our empathetic selves demand more data, and to see it plotted on a map so that we can understand what our communities, our corporations, and our governments can do to help lift up our fellow man. As we set our sights on creating a more equitable future for all of humanity, we will only succeed if we first begin by thinking geographically, marshaling geographic data and insights about our fast-changing world, and developing geographically grounded strategies for removing the structural barriers that separate us and begin investing in a more equal future for all. I would like to thank our longtime partners, Columbia University's Earth Institute, the Fund for the City of New York, the Open Geospatial Consortium, and the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Foundation for their support in making Geography 2050 a success. I would like to thank our sponsors. Without their financial support, we would not have been able to produce this important conversation and the content that you can share with your friends, your neighbors and colleagues, your students and your fellow teachers. By name, I would like to thank ESRI, the Economic Innovation Group, the American Association of Geographers, National Geographic, Black Cape, and Alliance Bernstein. It is also important to thank our corporate angels, companies that provide $2,000 annually to support AGS's geography teacher and education programs. We appreciate their commitment to the cause, and we encourage all of your companies and organizations to become corporate angels. I would like to thank our digital producer, Adam Simmons, and Project Geospatial, the online content community that he has curated over the years, for their support in making Geography 2050 a success. Please make sure to tune in to Project Geospatial for more rich content on how geospatial tech shapes our world. And like Marie, I also would like to thank Professor Amy Glassmeyer for taking the lead as this year's Geography 2050 program chair, leading a team of wonderful and thoughtful individuals that help curate the important collection of talks and panels you will see over the next 5 days. We appreciate her hard work and inspiration, and that of the larger program committee.
Thank you, Chris. Hello. My name is Amy Glassmeyer, and I'm a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Department of Urban Studies and Planning. At MIT, I teach undergraduate students to be professionals in the field of urban and regional planning. At MIT, I also operate the Living Wage Calculator, a tool built in 2003 with a colleague of mine named Tracy Farragon, who works at the US Department of Agriculture's Economic Research Service. When Tracy and I built that tool, the economy was in recession, and we were working with local governments to try to inform them about what to do when economies crash. We basically realized that the leaders in many communities didn't actually really understand what happens when economic crisis hits. The tool was designed to allow people to understand what their costs were, and it also allowed policymakers to recognize what they needed to do when communities were losing their livelihoods and were in danger of losing things like their houses and their cars. That's just one example of the uncertainty that we live with in our lives today. And also for many people, the way I described the problem of the economic uncertainty is something that many people in the United States and around the world also experience, the sense of economic insecurity. My background is in economic development. My work is focused on some of the poorest regions in the United States, from Appalachia to the US-Mexico border, to the Mississippi Delta, to the South Atlantic coast, to the copper belt of the Midwest and Native American lands. In each case, those areas once had thriving economies, but today those economies are thriving no more. Unfortunately, for most of them, what was expected was something to grow again, but it hasn't. And so these are places which are economically fragile, and they are looking at dark circumstances. And the question is, what has this done? Well, basically, over the last 35 years, we've seen growing income and wealth inequality in the United States. And in some cases, those two factors are what we see now in many of these communities. And so in thinking about the question of equality in the United States, we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do to address some of the major issues that are facing our nation today? My research for the last 25 years has focused on finding answers to questions about how we can design economic policies to lift up the lives of Americans who live in areas like I described, where resources are scarce, environments are harsh, and opportunities are limited. This week, Savent will shine the light on some of the nation's toughest problems and also offer practical and informed solutions to gaps in opportunity. Today is the culmination of more than 2 years of work on behalf of the board and members of the American Geographical Society. The event is the 7th in a series of symposia focusing on the challenges facing the world as we approach the year 2050. We are looking specifically through a geographic lens. This week, once again, we are taking up a topic of overarching importance to the world, and it is perhaps the toughest and most important topic to date. How can we achieve greater equality by 2050? There may be no more important issue facing the world today than the growing inequality both within and between countries. From climate change impacts and their effects on citizens of low-lying nations who are being washed into the sea, to the centuries-long consequences of enslavement of peoples around the world, to the deleterious effects of health disparities, to the inequality of access to resources that enable humanity to live safe and secure lives and to thrive over a lifetime. The focus of this week is both on the description of some of the challenges that we face as the world confronts disasters, famines, and lack of access to resources, to inform discussions of pathways toward solutions to a more equitable future. We will hear about parts of the nation and the world where inequality is endemic, and we also will see examples of and hear talks about experiences of problem-solving efforts that are making the world a healthier and fairer place for people to thrive. I'd like to give you an overview of what we're going to be seeing over the course of the next week. The event has 4 major parts. We have panels, we have lightning talks, we have book reviews, and we have spotlights. We also have a daily quiz on the session contents of the day. So pay a close attention to ensure that you will be able to knock your answer out of the park. Some of the themes that we'll be looking at are such things as equity and shelter, building the inclusive city, climate change and global justice, and right-sizing transportation to meet the needs of underserved communities. We'll also see presentations made by Youth Mappers Ambassadors Panel on mapping for greater equity. We'll hear a series of keynotes from eminent individuals from around the world that will talk about such wide-ranging topics as equity, development in the global South, how we can use technology, and in particular, how can we use geographic understanding to make inroads in areas where endemic inequality exists, to hearing from policymakers who have thought deeply about the subject of inequality. And finally, we will also hear about the ability of new technology and science to give us greater insights and aperture onto some of the world's biggest environmental and social problems. Today's discussion is going to focus on building the inclusive city, from wealthy enclaves to asset deserts will be our lightning talk. We'll have a book review on furthering fair housing. And we will hear a spotlight talk, creating a more equitable learning environment and a world through mapping. I'd now like to turn and introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Maurice A. Jones. Mr. Jones is president and CEO of 110. Mr. Jones was appointed CEO of 110 in March 2021. 110 is a coalition of leading chief executives and their companies who are coming together to upskill, hire, and promote 1 million Black Americans over the next 10 years who do not yet have a 4-year degree, and to promote them into family-sustaining jobs with opportunities for advancement. Prior to joining 110, Maurice was the president of the Local Initiative Support Corporation. LISC is one of the country's largest community development organizations supporting projects to revitalize communities and catalyze economic development for residents. During his time at LISC, Maurice led the company's effort to expand its footprint to the southern part of the United States, where some of the poorest and the least resourced communities in the country reside. He grew the company's annual investment from $1 billion to $2 billion. He also increased the economic development investments that LISC has made throughout the country and created a subsidiary company dedicated specifically to small business lending. During his tenure at LISC, Maurice diversified its partnerships with multiple industries, including healthcare, technology, sports, retail, and advanced manufacturing. Mr. Jones has had an illustrative career far beyond what I just said. He previously served as the Secretary of Commerce and Trade for the Commonwealth of Virginia, where his primary job was to utilize Virginia's assets to solidify its position as the preeminent place to live, work, and conduct business. He also served as Deputy Secretary for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development from April 2012 to January 2014. As the second most senior official at HUD, Maurice managed the department's day-to-day operations with an annual operating budget of $40 billion and an agency's 8,900 employees. Before his appointment at HUD, Maurice was the president of Pilot Media, the largest print and digital organization in Hampton Roads, Virginia. He joined Landmark Media Enterprises, owner of Pilot, in 2005, and he became vice president and general manager of Pilot Media in 2008, and finally president in the next year. Maurice was also a commissioner of the Virginia Department of Social Services and deputy chief of staff to the then governor, Mark Warner. Other positions that he's held include special assistant and general counsel at the U.S. Department of Treasury, legal counsel to the Community Development Finance Institutions, the CDFIs, fund and director of the fund during the Clinton administration, associate attorney at Hunton and Williams in Richmond, Virginia, and partner of venture philanthropy partners. Maurice received a Bachelor's of Art in Political Science from Hampton-Sydney College and attended Oxford University on a Rhodes Scholarship, where he received a Master of Philosophy and International Relations. He later received a Juris Doctorate for the University of Virginia. One thing I can say about Maurice personally is that he cares deeply about the issues of injustice and opportunity. And he's always an optimist when it comes to finding a way to deal with challenges that are vexing and are growing in some instances and need to be addressed. So thank you, Maurice, for being our first keynote.
Hello, on behalf of the American Geographical Society, welcome to Geography 2050, our annual fall symposium, now in its 8th year. This year, our theme is Towards a More Equitable Future. At AGS, we understand our role as the foremost standard bearer for geography and geospatial science. And we believe geographers and all of us involved in the world of geospatial must engage in the conversations surrounding how we move towards a more justice-centered future for all. Equity is an inherently place-based phenomenon, no matter where you are in the world. In fact, research shows inequity is impacted by your longitude and latitude. AGS
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Geography 2050, Towards a More Equitable Future, an event by the American Geographical Society. Today, we have a distinguished panel convened to discuss the topic of building inclusive cities. I'm very excited that we have folks from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We will be eager to continue to watch your work with 110. Now, We have a session called Building the Inclusive City.
Hi, I'm Maurice Jones. I'm the CEO of 110, and I'm delighted to be a part of this gathering. I've had a number of jobs, and what I'd like to do is to start this conversation with an experience I had in one of them when I worked at the state capitol building in Richmond, Virginia, right downtown in the heart of Richmond, Virginia. From that spot, I could get into my vehicle and drive 10 miles to the east and be in a neighborhood where the life expectancy was somewhere around 63 years of age. And the housing was of quite mixed quality. In fact, in many cases, it was housing that was pretty dilapidated and in dire need of renovation, dire need in some cases of removal and building over. The neighborhood was one in which unemployment was pretty high, double digits, in fact. And the neighborhood was overwhelmingly resided in by people of color, largely Black talent. I could come back to Richmond, or I should say to the state capitol in Richmond, drive 10 minutes to the west of the state capitol, and be in a neighborhood where the life expectancy was somewhere around 83 years of age, where there were beautiful, beautiful homes whose values, by the way, were escalating, where the unemployment rate was in the low single digits, and where the residents were overwhelmingly white. Same town, literally 10 to 15 miles apart. You found, or I found, 20 years difference in life expectancy. Incredible disparities in the quality of the homes people were living in, and in the home ownership rates. Definitely one neighborhood in the east inhabited overwhelmingly by Blacks. One neighborhood in the west inhabited overwhelmingly by whites. This is really the story of most of the major metropolitan areas in the US. You have an incredible disparity based on geography. Really, it's about race and place. And this is a huge problem that needs to be solved and that can be solved. And what I'd like to do with you for the remainder of this conversation is to really talk about some of the solutions that I am seeing. But make no mistake about it, we have a disparity of opportunity that is definitely geographical. Now, the overlay of geography and race in America is definitely intense. and almost one-to-one. The place-based nature of our disparities. That's what this is about. But there are solutions out there. And let me talk about some of those solutions that we are seeing, that I am seeing in my work. I used to lead the largest community development organization in the country, whose name is the Local Initiative Support Corporation. Private sector, nonprofit, but partners with for-profit organizations in government and philanthropy all over the country. We were asked to join an effort in the San Francisco Bay Area that focused on providing affordable housing to residents who were ranged from middle income to low income in terms of earning in the whole Bay Area. And what was going on there, and what continues to be going on there, is an insufficient supply of housing that is affordable across that economic spectrum in places within the Bay Area where folks live. And the model for supplying that housing, paying for that housing, maintaining that housing was simply inadequate for the demand. We went in there and partnered with philanthropy, corporations who were in the technology space, corporations who are in the healthcare space, philanthropy that is national, philanthropy that is local to the Bay Area. And through this partnership, created a large fund, basically, a large pool of funds. In fact, half $500 million that is being used to actually finance the preservation and the construction of housing affordable to folks who are earning anywhere from 30% of the area median income in the Bay Area up to about 150%. And focusing on neighborhoods where that housing can be maintained and constructed anew. Completely private sector in its inception, completely private sector in its implementation, completely private sector in its funding. A 20-year pool of funds to finance thousands of houses affordable, largely to people of color in the Bay Area, the place where housing costs are the most expensive of any housing cost I've seen anywhere in the country. Let me give you a second example. A few years back, it was determined through a piece of research that looked at the top 50 metropolitan areas in the country and determined that Charlotte, North Carolina, if you looked at it through the lens of economic mobility, meaning one who has a chance of escaping poverty after being born in poverty, looking at that through that lens, this body of work determined that Charlotte was very low. In fact, my recollection is that Charlotte was deemed to be 50 out of 50 in terms of providing an environment in which one can be born into poverty and escape that during his or her lifetime. Well, the folks in Charlotte went to work and determined that there were a number of things that they needed to do. But amongst them was to focus on housing and making sure that the availability of housing that was affordable to folks across the economic spectrum was present, and that focused on areas of high opportunity. So what I mean by that is financing the construction and the placement of housing in neighborhoods in Charlotte where you had great schools, you had access to healthy food and grocery stores, you had access to healthcare facilities. And so, similar to the Bay Area, a partnership was formed. There, it was the public sector and the private sector coming together and creating a pool of funds that approached $100 million there to do work over the same sort of period of time, 15 to 20 years, to make sure that we could actually have housing in specific geographic areas that was affordable to folks along the economic spectrum and that gave them access to the kinds of amenities that we all need to thrive. Again, looking at a place-based approach to fighting disparity, to pursuing equity. The final example that I want to share with you is the one that I'm currently engaged in, and I want to extrapolate some lessons for us from that. So I am currently the CEO of an organization named 110. 110 is a coalition of about 60 companies who have come together and have set as their North Star the hiring and the promotion of 1 million Black talent who don't yet have 4-year degrees into family-sustaining careers and jobs over the next 10 years. Thus, the name 110. It's a CEO-led coalition. At this point, no public sector entities involved. All corporations, largely right now, Fortune 500 corporations. And their commitment is we're going to hire and we're going to promote 1 million Black talent who don't have 4-year degrees into family-sustaining careers and jobs over the next 10 years. And we're going to actually put jobs on the table. We're going to look at the jobs that we currently have and remove the 4-year degree requirement where it's not really related to the skills that we need in order for that person to do that job. And we're going to move to a skills-based approach to hiring and to promoting. Because the focus is on Black talent without 4-year degrees, it is also very much a geographic approach, right? So companies are looking for places to source Black talent. And so they are putting jobs on the table specifically in places where we believe we can source Black talent. Now, the beauty of this day and age is now a lot of the jobs can be virtual. And so a company that's perhaps in a place like Salt Lake City, where there's not a large cohort of Black talent, can still access Black talent by making their jobs virtual. But the points I want to make about this effort toward carving more equity and the overlay of that in geography is really to focus on the actual big pieces of this coalition. And there are a handful for me. First, I want to focus on the fact that this is a coalition that is looking to remove a systemic barrier. Namely, in this case, the requirement that many companies have that you have a 4-year degree in order to access a family-sustaining job. If you look at our country today, what you find is jobs that pay $60,000 and above. On paper, 79% of them require a 4-year degree. If you look at jobs that pay $40,000 and above, on paper, 71% of them require a 4-year degree. If you look at the workforce today, what you find is 76% of Black talent do not yet have a 4-year degree. And oh, by the way, that number is 66% for all talent, Black and white and Latinx and Asian, etc. And so what you've got is companies who decided that to really create a more equitable future, we've got to attack a systemic barrier. This focus on a credential, as opposed to focusing on skills, which might include deriving or obtaining a credential as one pathway. This focus on removing a systemic barrier is a key concept to really forging a more equitable future. 2, I do want to highlight that this too is a private sector-led initiative. In fact, it's a CEO-led initiative. And we need the public sector at the table. But I want to highlight the fact that there's a whole lot that can be done through changing private sector behavior, private sector practices, private sector policy. And that's a key ingredient, I think, toward us becoming more equitable, is the private sector has to be leveraged. You cannot have more equity if the private sector is not only at the table, but leading. The other piece here that I wanted to highlight is this is a 10-year commitment. It's called 110, not 1-1. The entities involved in this endeavor are committing to this enterprise for a decade. To make transformative change, we need to stay at things for at least a decade. And so this is about transforming companies. It's about transforming the lives of Black talent and their loved ones. And it's about transforming the country, particularly places in the country where you have high unemployment, where you have great talent that's on the sideline. And that is very much in our country, something that is an overlay with geography. The last piece that I really wanted to highlight is, in order to do the work, what's happening is that companies are partnering with educational institutions who can equip the talent and who can be a source of the talent. And the talent is also partnering with wraparound support providers or talent supports like coaches and mentors and those who can provide housing and counseling and mental wellness and childcare. It's an ecosystem. And that's the other piece about how we go about forging a more equitable future. It's a team sport. There is no sector that can do it on its own. It's about knitting together multiple sectors into a high functioning team and scaling it. And then focusing on those people and those places that really, really can use what we're trying to bring to the table to create and to forge more equity. So I want to finish with an invitation, with a call to action. There is so much that we can all do to really recognize and take action on the disparities that we have that are based on place. I want to invite particularly the private sector to continue the leadership that it has really intensified, frankly, since 2020, since the pandemic and the recession, and frankly, the killings of folks, the Ahmaud Arbery's death, Breonna Taylor's death, and frankly, the killing, the murder of George Floyd, in broad daylight, what that did to move the private sector to take a leadership position in fighting for a more equitable future is something that is encouraging and something that represents a new opportunity and something that we need to sustain. And we need all laborers in the vineyard. With that, we can actually solve these issues that we see of disparities that are based on place and race. Now, I look forward to being a partner with you as we continue this work. Thanks so much for your time, and I hope you'll enjoy all of the events that are associated with this gathering. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We will be eager to continue to watch your work with 110. And now, we have a session called Building the Inclusive City, and to lead our discussion is Dr. Tracy Lowe. Dr. Lowe?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Geography 2050, Towards a More Equitable Future, an event by the American Geographical Society. Today, we have a distinguished panel convened to discuss the topic of building inclusive cities. I'm very excited that we have folks from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors all here today to share their work at the front edge of what it takes in order to build more cities that work for more people. I'm Tracy Haddon Lowe, and I'm a fellow in the Metropolitan Policy Program at the Brookings Institution. Today, I'll be joined by Carolyn M. Crockett, the Chief Equity Officer for the City of Boston, Kate Chin, the Head of Community and Civic Engagement for Alliance Bernstein, Liz Williams, Director of Data and Policy for the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, and Sharon Owens, the Deputy Mayor of Syracuse, New York. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me here today. I've asked each of our panelists to introduce themselves to you by answering 3 questions about themselves. First, who are they? Second, what do they do? And third, what motivates them to do the work that they do to build inclusive cities? So now we're going to take a moment to learn a little bit more about each other before we get to our discussion. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Carolyn.
Thank you, Tracy. It is so wonderful to be here for this convening and a part of this incredibly distinguished panel. So delighted for the conversation. So I am excited to be able to talk about the role that I had as the chief of equity for the city of Boston. I was the inaugural chief of equity for the city, and am now back firmly nestled into MIT, where I'm a professor of urban planning, policy, and history. But I come to you today as a granddaughter, as an ethnographer, historian, and resident. This is a picture of my family, a couple different generations of my family. In fact, I'm sitting in the middle of this image of my graduation day, so many years back, more than 25 years ago now. But this is a story of my family's own journey to Boston, to Massachusetts, having been coal miners in West Virginia. So you see me sitting there next to my Uncle Frank, and on your left is my grandmother in a red jacket, just so proud, looking beautiful. The woman that raised me, the daughter herself of coal miners. And so my story is very much a story like so many African-American Southerners who moved to the North in search of economic opportunity and trying to understand a story that's so much bigger than all of us. And so that has absolutely formed me personally and professionally, has led me into the academy, has led me into government, and has led me to ask really, I hope, hard-hitting questions about collective action, about struggle. What does it mean to recover from an extractive economy, as my family did in West Virginia? What does it mean to flee racial terrorism of the town where they lived, and to try to understand what that means in the North in terms of racial restoration and justice? And what does it mean to enact and call into being spatial justice? And so my family is just one of many families trying to figure this out. And I'm just so delighted to be in conversation with my sisters and comrades in arms today. So much of my work is really animated by this story around action, collective action, organizing. My family leaves West Virginia in the 1950s and comes to Boston in hope of prosperity, in hope of greater educational and economic opportunity. And they did not, in fact, find that here. My grandmother, who you saw in that previous photograph, was one of the original plaintiffs in the Tallulah Morgan case, which was a landmark case here in Boston in 1974, where Black mothers and their children sued the school committee to integrate schools. So many of you know the infamous Boston busing story and all those images that were splayed across the country. My family was right there at ground zero in this fight. And so much of that has to do with transformation, not only in the educational space, but in the economic space and how we think about opportunity. This has been instrumental and definitive for my own scholarly work. On faculty at MIT, I have launched a project called Hacking the Archive that engages residents, organizers, policymakers, and advocates in the investigations of defining social movement battles on the ground and what that has meant for transforming the neighborhoods of Boston, and also the policy agenda of elected officials at all levels. And so what you see in front of you is an image of Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, and a few dotted lines in the middle of the screen. And so in the 1960s moment, there was an effort to expand I-95 as part of the federal interstate system and to bring the heart of I-95 right into the heart of Boston. A very powerful coalition of planners, of clergy, of activists, and Black nationalists came together and said no. In fact, they said hell no, and were very successful, and were ultimately successful in stopping this movement of roads. And so what we received is an invisible monument, an invisible story of what did not happen. And this process, this project that I'm engaged in called Hacking the Archive, is all about going into archives and searching them for the stories that they don't tell, and inserting new activist possibilities of determination and fight and visions for urban future, and bringing those stories to bear on current movements around transportation, around housing, around jobs, and about really trying to understand the outer limit of racial liberation and justice. And so really delighted to think about the ways that our own stories, our own witness can interface and are defined and also transgress the confines of policy, and how to put that into the hands of activists, folks, families that are on the ground right now fighting for battles that have been historic, but are still very much front and center in terms of what we're fighting for right now. So I'll pause there in terms of what I've been up to, but really just want to finish with this final image that talks about the project and talks about really engaging in exploratory coalitions, again, of activists, of students, of residents. We were able to bring people together for a hackathon in 2019. This work continues by bringing activists and archivists from local universities, including MIT, including Northeastern University, Suffolk University, Harvard, UMass Boston, and others, really to bring folks to the table with their documents and to say, how can we mine the past and how can we allow this current generation to be right in the front of that discussion, not only examining history and asking questions again about the past, but using that very much as a way to build new strategies, new networks for fighting on the ground for spatial justice today. So there's an incredible amount of promise and opportunity here, particularly when we are trying to work beyond the university's bounds and bring that to the street, which is very much what's needed and very much the work that centers me and guides me every day.
Wow, Carolyn, thanks so much for that. Okay, next up is Kate.
Hi, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here with this very distinguished panel. My name is Kate Chen. I am the head of community and civic engagement at Alliance Bernstein. Just a little bit about myself. I was actually raised in Nashville, Tennessee. I spent 16 years in New York City before I returned home in 2015. And when I did come home, I came home to a very different city than I had left in 1999. Nashville, as you have probably heard, has been going through incredible growth in the last 10 to 15 years. And in fact, since 2009, it has seen over a 22% increase in its residents. So not only that, but the Wall Street Journal just ranked it as the #2 hottest job market in the US. So there is no sign of this slowing down. All of that said, when I returned home and I had this opportunity to work at the Chamber of Commerce, it gave me the opportunity really to learn more about the new challenges that Nashville was facing as it was growing so rapidly. And that positioned me very well when Alliance Bernstein announced that they were moving their corporate headquarters from New York City to Nashville in 2018 to take that position as the head of their community engagement. My role primarily focused in 2019 in that first phase. It focused on building our presence in Nashville. Nashville is a much smaller and civically minded city than New York. And because of that, AB really wanted to make sure that we had an intentional plan around how we were going to engage with the community. So we spent a lot of time focusing on Nashville's needs, trying to understand what those needs were, looking at our own set of values as a company and how those values intersected with the needs in Nashville, and then really where we could actually make an impact. And so that's kind of the way we entered. I'm happy to say that after about 3 years of this work, we have expanded that program globally and now have 4 programs running in Asia, London, New York, and Nashville. And they're all based on the model that we created in Nashville when we moved the headquarters. So you can go to the next slide, Tracy. A little bit about AB. Alliance Bernstein, if it's new to you, is a global asset management firm. We have almost $700 billion in assets under management. We manage investments for institutional clients and private wealth clients all over the world. So it was a surprise to a lot of people when AV announced that they had decided to move their headquarters, because it seems like a very New York-centric firm. We do still have a large presence in New York, hence the New York Grants program I just mentioned. But Nashville has really been our focus because it's our new home. So how are we working to make Nashville a more inclusive city? Well, after we conducted sort of a listening tour. As I mentioned, in 2019, we really had a lot of community meetings with nonprofits, and had a lot of internal meetings as well to figure out what should we be focused on? How can we make a real difference? And education rose to the top as one of the most clear needs in Nashville, and also something where we felt like it was just it just intersected so nicely with our value set and our desire to help people make the most of their lives and help them set them up for success in life, both through investments and hopefully through this community engagement work. I should also mention, we already had a very strong diversity and inclusion team in place. And I leaned heavily on that team. And now actually I am part of that team. We have joined forces. So all the decisions we make are made with a diversity and inclusion lens and with an equity lens. So we're trying not just to, we want to support the community, but we particularly want to support the underserved parts of the community. And that's how we view any investment in the community that we make. We use this model that has worked beautifully for us. We call it the ORE model, O-R-E, observe, reflect, engage. So our first step is to observe and listen to the community. Our next step is to think about that and how that fits in with AB and our values and what we have to offer. And then finally, we engage. We take action, we make investments, we give our time, we give our resources. So you can go to the next slide. So finally, I just thought it would be interesting to share a map. And you asked what motivates you. And I think looking at this, on the left, you'll see a redlining map of Nashville. This is the city of Nashville in the 1930s. And the red zones were marked hazardous for lenders. And you can see on the right a current map that identifies the locations of the lowest performing schools in Nashville. And I don't even need to say, it just directly correlates. So when we look at that, and we see that the inequities of the past have followed us into today, I think it really motivates us to go geographically into these areas and focus our efforts on the specific neighborhoods that need help the most, which is exactly what we have done. We've partnered with nonprofits that serve North Nashville. We've partnered with nonprofits that serve Antioch, which is that southern portion. And then East Nashville, Martha O'Brien Center is located right there. So whether we knew it or not at the beginning, we were geographically targeting areas to help them become better. So I just thought that would be an interesting way to illustrate how we think about that community engagement. And I'll stop there.
So much for that. I mean, really powerful images here. And now I'm going to hand it over to Liz.
Great. Thanks, Tracy. Well, as you introduced me, my name is Liz Williams. I am the Director of Data and Policy in the Office of Transportation Planning at the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. So Carolyn and I are coming from probably just down the road from each other right now. So in answer to the questions that you posed to us to sort of introduce ourselves, you know, one of the things you asked was, who are we and what is our connection to cities? I'm trained as a sociologist, as an urban sociologist. I've never taken a transportation planning or policy class in my entire life. But I think that my training and my background gives me a sort of unique perspective. Because what is an urban sociologist? But an urban sociologist is someone who takes as a point of departure in their work the fact or the concept that place matters, that not only do we matter to our places, but it's a recognition that we shape our environment, that the way that things look is a product of decisions that have been made about it, and that places matter to us, that where we grow up and where we live and the things that we can or cannot do have fundamentally shaped who we all are. Communities and outcomes, all types of social and personal and community-based lived experiences, these are all tied to places, the physical places and our intangible sense of them. I'm also a data person, which means that, among other things, that I care very much about the quality of my observations, the validity and the reliability of the things that I see and the patterns that I'm looking at, and the biases and the limitations of that data itself. My job puts me in a position to have access to and look at a lot of data every day that helps tell stories about transportation planning. I actively work in a transportation planning office. Like many others on the panel today, I think there's growing recognition in all of our industries that the way that our work has been oriented for most of its history has left a lot on the table in terms of efficiency and success. And in fact, acknowledgement of the very issues that we've actually brought to bear on people. Transportation is fundamental, but it's often overlooked or taken for granted in terms of its mutability and its pliability in shaping those outcomes and the experiences that have been problematic for so many people. So next slide. So one other thing you asked us to talk about was, what does building, as in building an inclusive city, mean to us? And for me, coming off of everything I've just sort of told you about myself and my work, for me, it means access. It means enabling people to get to the places that they want to go, to access the opportunities that they want to see. That's what drives us. And in my profession, historically, we measure success of the transportation network in terms of travel time. How long does it take you to get between places? It also means that we incentivize people to build cities and roads and transit services and other urban infrastructure to move people through the network quickly with little delay, especially in Boston. Congestion is enemy number one. And so what that means is that we take any threats to free flow or the ease of movement and we zap them. Not just engineering and design elements of the roadway, but the elements of the community that would slow traffic. A pedestrian crosswalk, for example, a transit stop, retail, restaurants or movie theaters, apartment buildings, central business districts, any kind of transit-oriented development, anything that could potentially slow down traffic or mobility is considered a bad thing. And anything designed to speed it up is a good thing. Obviously, this completely ignores the purpose of the network itself, which is to get people to destinations. Those places matter. Those retail stops, those transit stops matter. It's not just about people moving through the system, but in my industry, we're starting to consider, at long last, the entire trip, where you're starting from, where you're going to. So it's not just about the movement. The photo on the left is Rochester, New York. It's not Syracuse. As you can see, you can go as fast as you want down that corridor, and you'll probably want to because there's nothing going on there. There's nothing to do. There are no opportunities. There's no attraction. Why would people want to go there? But this is actually how we encourage cities to be built, how transportation to be sort of introduced. Not to mention that this is the transportation that often bifurcates neighborhoods and rips out the best part of the cities. The photo on the right, on the other hand, is New Orleans. And you're probably not going to go as fast down this road as you possibly could, but you probably don't want to either, right? Because there's things you want to do there. There's places you want to stop, people to see and things to do. But according to current metrics of urban transportation planning, this is a total disaster, believe it or not. Next slide. So what does inclusive mean? What does inclusive look like? Coming off of that concept of the significance of transportation planning, it's not about mobility, it's about accessibility. It's about people reaching the things that they want to do. Inclusive to me means access. It means that people can go and do the things that they want, and it's not a big deal. It's not a chore. The initial decisions of the getting there part don't take more than 10 seconds, and the execution of the getting there part is safe, it's easy, it's reliable, and it's convenient no matter what mode you choose. It's not open to one group of people or another. And I'm especially thinking of now of ADA and people with limited mobility options, of course, as well. An inclusive city means one that provides literal and figurative pathways for people to get there, wherever that there is. And inclusive also means we need to change up community engagement. It's almost cliche in our industry, but bringing people to the table and giving people a seat at the table just doesn't fly anymore. We need to actually get away from the table. We need to get out of the room. Public engagement doesn't mean putting on a town hall. It doesn't mean going out and putting flyers up places. It means going out and meeting people where they're at, not expecting them to take time away to be part of that public process, but we take our time and we go to them because that's what our job is. So the images on this slide are ones that I've taken from Lynn, Massachusetts, where MassDOT has worked with the city and local organizations and regional stakeholders to develop something called the Lynn for Safe Streets for People playbook, where it's a really engaging site. People can get information about all kinds of multimodal projects happening in this city. It's been a collaborative effort with people at the municipal level and through many community-based organizations. And I think it really is the future for our transportation planning at MassDOT, which I hope will help us all lead to more inclusive cities. So that's it for me right now. Thank you, Tracy.
Very, very cool. Very exciting. And last but definitely not least, Deputy Mayor Sharon Owens, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Tracy, and it's an honor to be here. As you introduced earlier, I'm the Deputy Mayor of the City of Syracuse. I am an adopted daughter of Syracuse for over 30 years. My origin is in the beautiful Finger Lakes region, and I came just east of that area to come to Syracuse University and met what happens to everyone from Syracuse University, some amazing people in Syracuse, and you marry them or you plant roots with them, and then you're here for now for me over 30 years, and it was the best decision I've ever made. And my pathway to now started in neighborhood-based community engagement and service provision. I have worked for over 30 years in neighborhood-based community centers, programming to provide the services for our families to help them be healthy and happy and whole, starting with, in my origins in Head Start, working in Head Start and working with those young women and their young children, and realizing working with them, they were making personal decisions about changing the trajectory of their life, whether that was going back to school or getting career development, but the environment around them wasn't keeping up with the personal decision they were making for themselves. And so I realized then that I had to be in a position where I can impact how they live, where they live, and how they work and play. And so that began the transition of my life through community engagement, housing development, neighborhood planning, and now the second time around in municipal government. Next slide. So I'm responsible for the oversight of the city's police, fire, housing, and business development departments. I see my role as I am the person who's overseeing and ensuring that we are providing the best opportunities for our residents for the way people live and play and feel in our city. My counterpart is the infrastructure, the water, the roads, all of that. I'm the people person and how we engage with people in our city. And so it impacts their neighborhoods and how they live and how they conduct their business. And building is the culmination for me of multiple parts that make a whole. You don't have a complete building capacity unless you're bringing, as Liz said, throwing out the table, tearing up the door off the hinges and getting out to people and engaging them where they are, how they live, and what they aspire to be for themselves, their family, and their community, and being real and purposeful about how we're going to adapt and make a change there. So all parts are important to growth. Next slide, please. And so you're going to see a slideshow on the side of you about what motivates me right now in my role is the slides that you're going to see there about the 15th ward of the city of Syracuse and how it was a vibrant community of multiracial, multi-ethnic businesses and residences. And then urban planning came in, and just like Liz talked about, a highway was built. And that highway tore that neighborhood apart. And now the individuals that live in that neighborhood now live right next to that monstrosity you're looking at right now. And we have been fighting in this community for 10 years to take that thing down. And so I'm motivated because I've seen over 30 years that intentional positive intervention in the lives of people result in transformational moments in time. When that highway was erected, that was a transformational moment in time. It was intentional, but it was not positive. And Webster's defines inclusion as increase or addition. So inclusion increases or adds one thing and makes it better. And if we're not providing something and adding to something to make it better, then it is not inclusion. And it requires opening or an entrance in order to influence circumstances and outcomes. It requires intentional action. What motivates me, next slide, is the opportunity to reclaim a community, to take that highway down, to reestablish it in an inclusive way that it adds on to the current residents in that community, not gentrifying them, not moving them out, but making them a part of what that community will be without that highway there, to reclaim what was taken from them in the 1960s. Thank you all.
Okay. All right. So if this is a question for the whole group, I want us all to imagine that we're a little further on in figuring out COVID, and we've all gathered in person at a cocktail party, and the first round's been poured. What is one commonly held belief about cities that you encounter in your work that's just wrong, and that's an obstacle to inclusion? I'd love to hear from everyone on this, but why don't we start with Kate?
Sure. That's a really interesting question. And I think in my case, in particular in Nashville, a common misperception is that everyone is experiencing the same growth and positivity and success and economic benefit to the growth of this city so fast, because they're just not. We, like both Liz and Sharon shared, we have the same situation. I-40 came through and cut off North Nashville, and it displaced 1,400 people. It was a thriving Black neighborhood with 3 HBCUs, and it's TSU, Fisk, and Meharry Medical College. There were shops and restaurants and music clubs, and Jimi Hendrix played there. And then this interstate came through and just wiped it out. And I think that area has struggled ever since. So first they had the redlining issue, and then they had the I-40. And, you know, they're not benefiting from the growth of the city and people coming in and pushing them out, and, you know, gentrification of certain neighborhoods. And it's easy to look at Nashville and think, wow, what an awesome city. And it is awesome in a lot of ways, and it's great. And there are certain areas that are just amazing, but there are people that are not coming along for the ride. And I think people overlook that really often.
Yeah, I'm sensing some emerging themes here amongst this group. Carolyn, would you like to weigh in on this one? What's you're out there doing this community organizing, you're working with activists. What's a myth that you're constantly finding yourself having to bust?
Yeah, I have to just jump on to Kate's coattails there. It was a great point in terms of how we need to think differently about how we imagine progress and prosperity. And so, as Sharon made this point that earlier, that we have a misunderstanding of what progress looks like. And historically, that has been bound up into these highways and into this idea of urban renewal, which we know, as James Baldwin reminds us, is about Negro removal, or the fact that these roads really came through so many people's communities. So we have a fundamental misunderstanding that progress is shared equally, but also the tools of planning, the tools of policymakers can be beneficial to all, when we know that is absolutely, not only is it not true, but it demands new tools and new strategies for how we link economic prosperity and growth to targeted on the ground revitalization and restoration. We are still walking out these lessons. And even though I sit in a planning department, a lot of the work that there remains to be done even in the academy is about undoing what we think we know. The reality is that highway economics as a field that has been debunked, dismantled. There was a body of thought that was really driving so many of these decisions. And we do have an opportunity to not let just the business leaders or just the corporate interests drive what happens in our cities. We've got to make sure that people who are on the ground can have an opportunity to not only to take advantage of benefits, but actually be designing benefits, shared benefit agreements, be designing cooperative agreements, be designing all of these ways that we're actually getting into bed with folks and designing what those kind of policies and clawbacks look like. That's the call and response. I think that's before us.
Yeah, wow. So Deputy Mayor Owens, what does it look like in Syracuse?
You know, and I come from a more rural setting, but I'm a city girl, been so for many, many years. And the one thing that you continue to see is the perception of cities, and in Syracuse, mid-sized city being no exception, is that it is the personal use engine for individuals who come for their job, who come for their favorite restaurant, and they leave without and go back to the suburb, not understanding the full complexity and wondrous nature of our green space, of our neighborhoods that are so eclectic. Any particular one you go around, the fact that Syracuse is a refugee resettlement community, and just the complexity over the last probably 20 years of complexity of culture that you can find here now, because we opened our arms to new Americans from all over this globe. And just the I'm always the person in the room probably putting my foot in my mouth, defending this city and every city against that just perception of it is dangerous, it is this, it is that. It is in a mixing bowl of amazing neighborhoods and green space and people. Oh my goodness, and culture. And so combating those just antiquated, bigoted, racist, socio-economic, culturally biased, all the isms that make this world, if we can get rid of all of them, a utopia, you find when people think of a city when they don't live in a city.
I can relate. And Liz, I would imagine that in your role working with data at a State Department of Transportation, you're right there in the mix with people. Maybe people see the same number, but see different stories. How's this landing for you?
It's so funny, and everything that everyone said resonates so much. And I know Carolyn knows this so well because we're in the same town, and especially Carolyn, who quite literally wrote the book on the anti-highway movement in Boston, can appreciate that. That movement, and this is what I've learned from Carolyn's book, that movement wouldn't have happened if people from many different communities, many different types of perspectives were all coming together to see the same goal and see the same outcome. And I think what we have in a region like Boston, in a state like Massachusetts, one of the things that we need to help people do is find themselves in the data, even if that isn't data about their own town. We're very parochial in Massachusetts. We have 351 cities and towns. We don't really have counties. We don't have regional collaboration here. It's very hard for people to understand why something that happens in the next town matters to them. And that really dampens and that limits a lot of what we can do in transportation planning when we want to build a regional transit network, for example, and build bus lanes that cross municipal boundaries. It can be very, very challenging to get everybody on the same page. And so I think one of the things that we've been trying to do is activate and incentivize more regional cooperation between our cities and towns. When we do corridor studies, when we do land use plans, when we talk about I-95, we're not just talking about one group of stakeholders. We're talking about people that live and work and travel through the area. So, everything everyone has said is so spot on in terms of making sure we're all sort of working towards the same goals. We all need to get on the same page and sort of appreciate where everyone's coming from and why this all matters. you know.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So one thing I'm noticing that everyone has in common is this belief that intentional intervention can yield positive change. So let's head for some high ground here. Can folks share some encouraging things that have happened in your career as far as building inclusive cities? Anyone got to pick me up to share?
I have one that I can share. It's really quick. When I was a grad student at Northeastern, one of my projects was to go working with a local community-based organization to go door-to-door surveying people. And traditionally, right, you build surveys that are as short as possible because you don't want to take up too much of people's time and they don't want to be bothered with all these questions. Well, our survey was about transportation and transportation challenges. We couldn't get people to stop talking to us about this because everybody wants to tell you how terrible their commute is, how hard it is to get their kids to daycare or to after school or pick them up after school. It's sort of a universal thing that people can commiserate over. I know that sounds bad, but what it means is that people are engaged and they're actually, if you bring people things and you ask for their help with building inclusive cities, they want to. The public wants to be a part of this process. And that's again why I was saying how important it is, you know, through a lot of our more recent planning efforts is to get out of the room and get away from the table, because that is priceless. We spend a lot of time modeling people's transportation behaviors at the expense of just going out and talking to them and asking them, you know, but when you do that, you're going to get a lot back. So that's one thing that's always been encouraging to me is just how engaged and how energized I became after talking with people about these very issues.
Wow, I'm really struck by how that kind of echoes what Deputy Mayor Owens was sharing about what motivates her and Carolyn's work and the activists and communities that she works with, and the model that Kate shared, the Alliance Bernstein kind of like Kate, what was that again? I'm just really struck.
It's observe, reflect, engage. So you have to take all three steps in order to effectively make an impact, I think, in a community. Otherwise, you're skipping a key part of you've got to listen to what people have to say. You have to really take a minute and digest it, and then you have to act. All three are important.
Tracy, I'd also like to add that here in Syracuse, particularly with the I-81 project, specifically with it, not only did the erection of that highway decimate a community, but when it was built, the nerve that the people who were displaced didn't even get an opportunity to earn an income from building it. And so as we're rebuilding and reimagining what this community asset will be along the part of the poorest parts of our city, we are at the table with the DOT, taking advantage of the SEP 14 renewal of that program at the federal government to ensure that local people are hired on that job, that local people have the opportunity to be a part of building the future for themselves and their community. And so many times when we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about the design of it and the creation, but we're forgetting that it takes hands and people to build it. And this will be a $2 billion project here that we want to ensure that the people who have been most affected by this highway generationally are the people who work on it.
Right on. So to that end, one of the defining challenges of building inclusive cities is that in the United States, even as overall poverty has been declining, concentrated poverty has been getting worse. So the number of neighborhoods where there are really high shares of low-income households is getting worse. I'm interested to hear from folks in your work. Are you encountering this? Why do you think it's happening? And what do you think we should do about it?
For me, you are underscoring there, Tracy, the need to have a real focused look at wealth extraction and wealth creation. We've all been in this very engaged discussion nationally and perhaps locally around the racial wealth gap. And I know here in Boston, our sites have been really set on this issue for quite a while. since the Federal Reserve Bank here released the Color of Wealth report in 2015, which was a really important study that helped us understand how people are doing and how they're not doing, not just based on their income or their wages, but this real issue about intergenerational wealth transfer and what that looks like. And so what I appreciate is the opportunity to think systemically about how people are doing. And your previous question, Tracy, about kind of what gives you a sense of hope. For me, it is kind of the way that we're shifting our sights to conversations that are much more systemic and intentional in nature. And want to just appreciate Deputy Mayor Owen's comment earlier, and apologize for addressing you by your first name, but really appreciate just what it means to think very much about sort of the intentionality of systems colliding and systems exploding and not serving folks who need and deserve them most. If there's anything that we've learned in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder, which is the need to really think systemically and structurally and hold our attention there. And that's definitely true in terms of poverty reduction, but certainly what that means in terms of wealth distribution and shared wealth.
Yeah, I mean, that immediately brings to mind, I'm curious, as folks are getting through like these past 18 months and everything that's been going on with the murder of George Floyd and the pandemic, how has your work been changing in these recent months? Any readouts to share that feel significant?
Every disparity that we know to exist, whether it be anecdotal or through data, had a giant magnifying glass on it. And we found ourselves, at least I know I did, over the course of the last 18 months, addressing what was tenfold, 20-fold disparity and around food inequities, around transportation issues, around, my goodness, the ability of broadband and internet accessibility to everyone when we had to remotely educate our children, and children who I don't think that the story will be told for probably a couple decades from now, just how that remote work impacted so many of our children.
And just to add to that, in Nashville specifically, because we focus on education, we already had a literacy crisis in Nashville. Our third grade reading level scores, we only had 28% of our kids reading at grade level in third grade. And that metric is used to predict all kinds of other future success metrics. And we just got the scores back in from last year, and it went down to 20%. And so that pandemic has done some real damage, and I think it's going to take everybody, because we've got to educate these young people. They just deserve to have access to learning. And so I just am very passionate about that, and it breaks my heart to see those numbers.
Wow. And to that end, I mean, let's talk about what needs to be done. We're coming up on time. So I'd like to go around and just ask everyone, what is something that you think it's imperative be different in 10 years in order to move the needle on urban inclusion?
Throw the playbook that Liz talked about in her side-by-side illustrations about what urban planning needs to be about. Urban planning has to be fluid and has to be intentional and strategic and completely adherent to what the people who live and sleep and breathe and work in a particular community understand about their community. So the playbook has to be completely thrown out, like Liz talked about, throw out the table, tear the door off the hinges, and have very purposeful conversations about place-based transportation, housing, infrastructure.
I totally agree. It's all linked. Transportation, education, food insecurity, all of that needs to be addressed at once, and it needs to be private and public sector, and people need to work together in order to make a plan that can actually be executed.
Yeah, I would say too, to follow on what Sharon and Kate and Carolyn have been saying, is it's about people. I think we need to reorient ourselves from thinking about like policy or infrastructure or fiscal stuff, and we need to think like it's all about people. Like, we're all trying to help people live the best lives and communities be vibrant and healthy and safe. And so I think just stopping talking about everything except for people. Again, as I said, I'm a sociologist, so that's easy for me to say, but that's what I'd like to see. And I think everyone should read Carolyn's book.
Liz, you're fantastic.
Well, let's get that title.
Thank you so
let's have
much.
that be our concluding remark.
Oh, so Liz, I appreciate the shine and attention to this book, People Before Highways, which was certainly a labor of love. And in that process, I learned how important it is for us to listen to folks, as everyone has said, people who are on the ground, who've been living these realities. They absolutely have a very robust ideas about what the present and future can be. And for planners need to understand that that's where the action is, and there's got to be a longer term arc of understanding time, literally, and a longer term understanding of time, both that's projecting into the future that includes us, and time that is rooted in an understanding of how people lived and sustained and thrived also in the past, because we run the risk of not only repeating the mistakes of the past, but bringing in new violence to ourselves because we are not using the common sense of folks who are willing to tell us what their experiences revealed and what we need to be building. So I've appreciated this conversation so much and just feel completely encouraged and energized to kind of head back into the classroom and to keep working.
And we are all leaving with an action item, which is to get and read People Before Highways by Dr. Carolyn Crockett. So everyone has something they can do today, but we all also understand that we need to start working on those muscles so that we can tear those doors off those hinges. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Owens. Liz, Kate, thank you so much for your time today. This was just a wonderful convening, and I really appreciate this energy. Let's all stay in touch.
Thank you all.
Thank
this
you.
was wonderful.
Thank you, Tracy, Kate, Carolyn, Sharon, and Liz. And thank you to our sponsor, Alliance Bernstein, who helped put this panel together. Now we have a lightning talk. Unprecedented home price increases affect most vulnerable. Dr. Megan Lawson. Dr. Lawson?
I'm Megan Lawson, an economist with Headwaters Economics. Headwaters Economics is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization, and I lead our research on housing and demographic change. This presentation highlights our recent research on the impacts of pandemic-era housing price increases, starting with the findings, the implications, and some solutions. In this study, we asked two research questions. First, what places are being affected by the housing crisis, and who in these places is being affected? But first, the where. So the pandemic impacts have been well covered in the headlines in mid-sized cities like Boise, San Diego, Washington, D.C., and resort communities like Breckenridge, and regional tech hubs like Austin. This set of charts show on the top row the value of a typical home since 2000. And on the bottom row, the change in typical home value since 2000. And the shape of these charts is similar in communities across the US. Because it's not just those places, those mid-sized cities and resort communities. Unprecedented house price increases have affected zip codes across the country. 45% of Americans, including 144 million people, live in places with unprecedented house price increases. At least half of the zip codes in these 8 states had record-setting increases. And when price increases are this widespread, people have fewer options to relocate affordably nearby. Now for the who. Who are these price increases affecting? So we know that rising house prices affect renters who are vulnerable to displacement in a dynamic market. we looked at how many places with unprecedented price increases were already unaffordable for renters, and the results were staggering. Nearly all the counties, 92%, that had unprecedented price increases also had at least 30% of households paying at least 30% of their income on rent. But we did not find a similar pattern with homeowners. In that case, only 18% of those places that were unaffordable for homeowners experienced record-setting price increases. So, can we blame this all on COVID? No. While unaffordable housing has come to a head during the pandemic, COVID-19 is not solely responsible, but it's the long-term culmination of trends in demographics and climate-related disasters like wildfire and flooding, low housing supply and a shortage of construction workers that started since the Great Recession, land use policies encouraging or requiring single-family homes, and low mortgage rates all have contributed to the current crisis. So what are the implications of these price increases on communities? First, we know that outlying areas can't absorb the new residents, and the problems spread regionally as the former bedroom communities become unaffordable, commutes lengthen, and sprawl exacerbates. We also know that vulnerable residents are made more vulnerable, as those who are least able to afford higher rents or able to afford to move are further marginalized with substandard housing or homelessness. We also know that first-time home buyers will delay purchasing, postponing the accrual of wealth and exacerbating existing wealth inequality for current and future generations. There are some solutions. While there is no silver bullet, there are opportunities to address these challenges. First, right now we have an opportunity to broaden the stakeholder base. The business community is being affected dramatically, and their voices can be a very influential new group advocating for a range of housing solutions. We also know that piecemeal solutions done city by city aren't enough. We need coordinated efforts across a region to determine the supply needed to apply for state and federal funding sources and to advocate for state-level policies. We also know that market forces will supply only for the highest end, and we need policies to incentivize and require housing that also addresses low and middle incomes. And finally, we need to support programs at the local, state, and federal level that promotes home ownership for first-time and marginalized groups to begin addressing the wealth gap. Thank you for listening. For more details on this study and for related research, visit headwaterseconomics.org.
Thank you, Dr. Lawson. That was great. And now a panel discussion focusing on equity and shelter. And to lead off our conversation this afternoon is Dr. Xavier Briggs. Dr. Briggs?
Welcome, everybody. I'm Xavier de Souza Briggs, or Zav for short. I'm a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this conversation about equity and shelter and the future of these important things. We're pleased to be joining you as part of Geography 2050. And it's my pleasure to begin by introducing our two wonderful panelists, Crystal Cornegay and Carlos Martin. Crystal is, I know you have access to their full bio, so I will give the short versions. Crystal, Carlos, bear with me. Crystal is Executive Director of Mass Housing, which lends over $1 billion annually to expand affordable rental and homeownership opportunities for low and moderate income borrowers in Massachusetts. And she also serves on a number of boards. So she's deeply connected to the conversation or the interactions between housing and transportation and transit specifically. And there's a lot to share along these lines. Carlos is the David Rubenstein Fellow and my colleague at the Brookings Institution in the Metropolitan Policy Program, and has been based previously at the Urban Institute and been a professor, trained originally as an engineer and architect and historian of technology. I should say Crystal trained as a planner, among other hats she wears. So a warm welcome to you both, and thanks for joining us in conversation. You know, we want to make sure that we can look ahead and think about the long run today, and take the conversation, of course, to what needs doing and what needs asking. What do we need to figure out in the near term? And Crystal, I wonder if I could start with you. I know you've given a lot of thought to the future of housing affordability, of equity and economic opportunity in the broad sense, and of course, the important role of housing finance as a key piece of that puzzle. And I want to invite you, in the spirit of what draws us together in this conference, to look way ahead for us and ask, what are some long-run futures that you can imagine when it comes to equity and shelter and the way our capital markets or our finance system either does or doesn't help us create the future that we ought to have?
Thank you. And thank you both for having me here with you guys. I'm not a scholar like you guys, and so a lot of my impressions about this stuff is based on what I know on the ground and what I see, and the way that I want to envision our future and where we go. As you both know, community development is actually what is the term I learned, like a future back thing, right? And so it's all like thinking about what you do today, because community development work, affordable housing, this is generational work, right? And so everything you do today is going to impact future generations. I think that we're going to have to create a housing finance system that takes into account different cultures, which it does not now, right? Mm-hmm. And as we become much more diverse populace in the United States, and thinking about where the different ways that people earn money and how they account for that, right? It's like we're going to have this gig economy that's emerging, and if we don't want to have a group of people who have and a big group of people who have not, then we've got to think about what does a middle class look like, so to speak, and how do people access those markets in ways that we haven't in the future. We are also going to get to a place, I think, in 100 years where shelter is a basic right. And because we're just going to have to. And that's also going to impact how the finance system evolves and who are the basic winners and losers around those systems. So that's some of what I think about.
Crystal, can I push you on this? I want to understand some of the nuances of what you said before we get Carlos in here. On one hand, you know, from your lips, may it be the case that we have housing or shelter as a basic human right. And preparing for today's conversation, we were linking a bit to the UN conversation, and we know that there are countries that have declared housing a so-called social and economic right, something that society has an obligation to help provide. We don't have one in this country, at least not a formally codified one. As you think about, say, 20 years out, 25 years out, you know, as you put it, a generational leap forward, help me understand the scenarios a little bit more. So I'm going to suggest, I may get this wrong, one is sort of status quo forward. We have a monocultural finance system. It makes a set of assumptions about how everybody earns money, a salaried income as opposed to something more gig-like or irregular. And, in being monocultural, and I want to ask you to, given the last year and a half we've had too, and the mass protests over racial justice, it occurs to me, monocultural is not the same as inherently racist, but we have the fact that the finance system was not created to serve everyone. That's just a documented historical fact. So when you think about the futures, plural, there's this kind of status quo one, and is the alternative one that's much more flexible and responsive to different cultures within our country and also to different ways that people earn their livelihoods? Could you say more about these different futures?
I just think that in 20 years, like let's think about our own kids, right? It's like, and like, I just think in 20 years, you're going to have to underwrite who's buying houses differently, right? The number of people who are going to have enough money to buy a house in the United States is going to dramatically shrink. And therefore, that industry is going to have to think differently about how they open opportunity for people and what risk they're willing to take. And that's just going to shift over time. And the system is, we all know, racism is a very important part of American culture, right? And when I say important, I just mean it's foundational, right? And like land rights are foundational. And so how we shift around those things are really going to be about economics. It's not, I just don't, I don't know that it's going to be about, equity and justice. I just think the economics are going to force people to start to think differently about equity and justice and how you let people participate in this economy.
Well, we're going to circle back to this and really dig deep into this over the next hour or so. That's sobering, what you just said, especially the way you kind of juxtaposed the economics with the equity and justice. I'm going to take one piece of what you said and maybe use it as a bridge to get Carlos in here. I think you were also naming technological change, if not at length yet, and I will come back. Things like the rise of fintech, different ways of calculating credit scores, of thinking about creditworthiness, all these things that are very important for the way our finance system is evolving. Carlos, welcome, and I want to put the same question to you. What futures can you imagine? I know you've given a lot of thought to the ways in which, for example, technological change, economic change, demographic change, and climatic change, climate risk, climate change, interact, and what kinds of challenges and possibilities they create. So same question to you. What futures kind of 20, 25 years out can you imagine?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And Crystal, you sound like a scholar to me. And you sound like a visionary. And I think in addition to thinking about housing as a right, we have to start thinking about clean air as a right, clean water as a right, and how about futures as a right, having futures for our posterity as a right. So whenever we talk about visions, I always get a little scared because we've all gone through moments where we've set up visions in our head and we are disappointed. But if you feel like there are opportunities that exist, given the historical changes that we've seen, at least the uprisings, the movement that we've seen in the last couple of years, to rethink some of our visions. And so I'm also, and Zab, I'm going to harken back to our HUD days, right? Because whenever we talk about visions about housing, we always think safe, decent, affordable housing, right? The old HUD line. And so part of my vision is not so much technological, but it's really still social. And it's how the technology, how the production, the supply chain can help support that social vision. I mean, that's ultimately technology. I'm going to quote colleagues of mine in the history of technology to say, technology is neither positive, nor is it negative, nor is it neutral, right? It's all in how it is structured to benefit both society and planet, people and planet. So I would say the best vision I could have of housing is where all levels of government, local, state, national, and potentially even global, are producing the best possible housing and the community, best possible communities for each individual resident in the US. So, I mean, there are some low bars we can strive towards, right? And that's a broad vision, but I want to make sure that households in the communities are at the center of that vision. Unfortunately, our local, state, and national governments are structured with very different motivations, with very different funding resources, and people slip through the cracks. So the lowest bar is, let's have no one slip through the cracks anymore, right? So housing as a right is this fundamental way of envisioning that, which means we have to produce enough housing and produce it all in the right places for our planet. Another low bar, just improving social connections in communities. And this is both within neighborhoods, making sure that what exists is maintained, that there are social networks. We've never viewed social and neighborhood networks as a priority in our housing and our community development. From a policy standpoint, we as people often, I mean, that's where we live. We know our neighbors, we talk to our neighbors. So we have to think about how housing in our communities can improve that social connection, particularly across income and racial lines. So thinking about mixed income, integrated communities, I think these are unfortunately low bars that we've been talking about, I think, for 50 years in this country, and we still haven't achieved. And the third low bar I would want to add to that is minimizing environmental impact. And knowing that we are humans, we are affecting this planet, we are affecting our local ecosystems as well as the overall climate. So we have to realize that we are having an impact. There's no such thing as negative impact or zero impact, but we can try to minimize that and ensure that people are building in the right places. So there are a lot of challenges getting there, right? So that was my version of a vision. If you wanted me to talk about challenges, there are a whole lot, right? Because we haven't reached that basic fundamental low bar vision. So one is low capacity and a lot of
Can I interject for 1 second?
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but let's come back to challenges in just a moment. But if you bear with me.
But I love talking about challenges.
You guys, well, what we want to do in this first part of the conversation is cast some scenarios. So not just articulate an aspirational vision, the future we would want, but alternative futures, including some futures we may not want, but crystallize them a little bit, paint them out so we can draw the contrast. So you articulated an aspirational vision and some of the things that stand between now and then. What's an alternative to the positive future you want, and I think I want, and Crystal wants? What's an alternative? Is it a future of smart homes, climate safe for the well-off, and very different housing for everyone else? Or what's that alternative future, one or more, that we may not want at all, and that are not in keeping, many would argue, with our highest values? What exactly does it look like? I just want for our conference participants to have them hear it from you.
Right. You posed a lot of the scenarios that climate fiction has posed, right? A lot of dystopias as well as utopias. And I think ultimately we don't want any one person's version of utopia, and we certainly don't want anybody's vision of dystopia. So I think the fundamental challenges about equity are going to be carried over. Housing policy is climate policy now. Now we're recognizing it. It always was. But now we're recognizing that how we deal with our housing affects our not only climate, environmental climate, but also our economic, our sociological climate, our mental health. There's so many other ways. So I would say we're talking about specific visions. There are a couple of scenarios that I've toyed with, and I've actually talked to other scholars and reporters about things like thinking about resilient entitlement. When we're talking about entitlement communities in this country, we're thinking about economic deprivation. We're not looking at environmental deprivation, places of environmental injustice that deserve reckoning. So thinking about really focusing on those communities that have historically been underinvested, not just in terms of their housing, not just in terms of their economic development opportunities, but also from their environments, from like layers of oppression. So thinking about really focusing on those specific communities, that's one way to reach this vision of making sure nobody slips through the cracks. Another is making sure that local communities have that capacity. I mean, I wanted to get into the challenges because I think part of the challenge is a lot of local communities just don't have the resources, they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the leadership, they don't have the intellectual capital that other places do. And this includes rural communities in the country and tribal communities. And so making sure that we provide that kind of intensive TA and capacity building can put them on an equal playing field. I'm gonna play with one specific policy scenario before. I know I'm talking way too much, but that I've toyed with a good colleague, Jonathan Parfrey from Climate Resolve, who we've talked about mutual resilience agreements. So after disasters and during disasters, I should say, there are a lot of communities will have mutual aid agreements, mutual relief agreements, right, with their neighboring city or county, saying, okay, if we have this issue, you're going to help us have evacuation shelters. You're going to let us use your emergency management offices because ours are down, that sort of thing. Well, why don't we think about this in the longer term? Why don't we think about how our neighboring community may be suffering in the longer term and maybe losing land, maybe losing population, and how we may be less exposed so we can build more housing. We could build more economic development opportunities, more jobs so that they can come to us. We're not thinking in terms of that level. We're not thinking of our neighbors in that way. And I think that's part of my vision, slightly utopic, is that we actually care about our neighbors.
A vision of mutuality and then working out the mechanisms to sort of enact that. We want to explore that some more. Crystal, talk to us about, I'm going to take us now into, how we get from here to there. So we'll avoid the most negative futures or the least desirable aspects of these futures we can imagine and realize more of the positives. What are some of the sort of near-term challenges? You began to name them on the front end of the conversation. What are some of the near-term challenges and for want of a better word, the solves that you think we need to begin to make progress toward a positive future?
Well, one of them is just recognizing because our systems, no matter what they are so big, we kind of play to kind of this narrow definition of who's operating in those systems, and we drive people to look like that, work like that, be like that, and creating some kind of opportunity for more flexibility and just more diversity. And I don't just mean, more diversity around how people participate in that system. One of the things I was thinking about, Carlos, when you were talking, part of why we care about who lives in communities and what resources they have is because of the way communities are financed, which is through real estate taxes, right? And so you have better schools in certain places because, people who live there pay more taxes. And so we have to start thinking differently about that, right? And how we invest in places so that we can create some more of this kind of mixed income, kind of integrated. Because the message we have now for people of lower means is always about, if you want a better opportunity, you have to move someplace, right? Well, you can't move all the poor people. And so you're just so you got to figure out how you're going to invest where people are and what that means. And stop talking about things in a way in which is a zero-sum game, where because I'm giving Zav more means that Carlos is getting less. No, it's it's America. We actually do have enough to go around. And so we got to get rid of that mythology as we start about that, as we start down this path around how we want to have people participate in the economy and why it's important to not create an economy in which, only 2/3 of the populace really participated. Because that gap gets to get bigger, and then it's just creating all kinds of different problems that Carlos is talking about. One of the things that that I'm worried about when I think about a dystopia is that we end up in this environment in which, you know, I'm slightly exaggerating, but like there's only 20,000 people who own anything in this country, right? Because we're creating all these things, and even with the fintech, right? Like we're now discovering like technology is great, except that, as you said, like it's a reflection of who programs it. And so, like, what are we thinking about that? And then we're saying, like, you know, well, you're not eligible because the technology said you're not. And I'm just like, okay, well, that's like telling me, you know, that white guy said I'm not eligible. It's like, what's the difference? And so, just thinking about, you know, we got to be able to take a little bit of step back, and we got to get out of this place in this like scarcity mode, in which like we don't have enough. Part of being the greatest country in the world is about having enough. And so, you know, like let's lean into our greatness of, you know, of prosperity and enoughness, as opposed to our fear and our scarcity.
Carlos, you want to name more challenges here? It just feels to me like this is a right place to build on each other's notions of what the key challenges are from, as Crystal says, mindsets of, you know, scarcity versus abundance. And missing mechanisms. You began to do this. I sort of cut you off to articulate the future a little bit more. Say more about challenges, where you were going, and then I think we want to look at, you know, some of the entry points, some of the early steps we can take. But tell us more about challenges.
Sure. And just quickly to add to what Crystal was saying, I mean, this idea of options. I mean, that's what the wealthy and privileged in this country have always had, right? Multiple options in terms of their housing and where they want to be, and where disadvantaged communities, low income, low moderate income communities, communities of color don't have those options. So that's part of the vision, is making sure we have those options. So what are the challenges? So I talked a little about local government capacity and local I would even say local neighborhood capacity. In some cases, unfortunately, now we have hostile local governments that don't want to improve capacity of their governmental services, of their ability to arbitrate between local communities. We have unresponsive professionals in the industry. I mean, there's been a reckoning in the last couple of years by the appraisers, by real estate agents, et cetera. And I'd like to see more action on that front, not just lip service to what's happened in the past, but actual changes in appraisal practices, constant monitoring, evaluation of appraisal outcomes, of real estate transactions, of lender outcomes, of the kinds that Crystal was mentioning. So these are challenges. There's still an industry that's built around certain ways of thinking and certain ways of producing. I also feel like we have insufficient and often ineffective state and national regulations. I think we have provided, in the housing world, so many carrots and trying to get people to get somewhere, and we need more sticks. We've gotten to the point where we need, at a broader scale of geography at the state and national level, to make communities that are these enclaves that have options and have chosen their options to no longer be enclaves, that they have to realize that they are part of the public commons. And of a democratic society that we aspire to be. I'd say that a third big challenge, money. For the exact same reasons Crystal was mentioning. I mean, we have a regressive tax system. We have an inability to actually commit resources to all of the changes that we want to see to ensure that democracy persists, and that people have options of all backgrounds. And so that requires money to build more housing. That requires money to retrofit some housing and ensure that it's not in harm's way. It requires money to relocate some communities, and especially the communities that don't have the resources. I mean, to your point, Zab, I mean, wealthy people have these enclaves, and they're going to have choices, and it's going to play out very differently. I don't think there's going to be wealthy climate preserves across the country. I think there are going to be some places like that. There are going to be a lot of wealthy people who say, oh, well, I'll give that property away. That they have that option to walk away. And there are going to be some people who try to do the right thing, or at least pretend to do the right thing, and try to think about their communities. And we've seen this play out very recently in the most recent mitigation funding that came from the federal government, where the biggest project, the project that got the biggest amount of money, it was indeed looking at 1,000 low-income households of color, but it was also protecting Facebook headquarters. So we have to think about who actually are the beneficiaries and who's going to sort of what alternatives do we have to make sure that all people have options and not just the wealthy.
I want to ask both of you, and Crystal, I'll give you plenty of room to directly respond to Carlos if you would like, but I do want to probe on risk for a second. You've both talked about money, entitlement. We talked a little bit about technologies. And Carlos, I'm just going to start with you because of what you just said. How about the treatment of risk and the coverage of risk? I'm thinking of everything from public sector tools and things we know now, imperfect as they are, like the National Flood Insurance Program, to the treatment of risk on property and more by private insurers and reinsurers. Recently, there was a story on why the property insurance industry is not at the forefront, not in the vanguard of the climate movement. And the journalist sort of said, you'd think they would be since they own risk. It turns out major property insurers in this country are still writing policies on coal mines and offshore oil drilling. It's arguably a very near-term focus. The reinsurers, on the other hand, who own a lot of the catastrophic risk, are moving in the other direction, and they're for much bolder, more transformative action, leaving aside Swiss Re and Liberty Mutual and what they're all up to today. I don't mean to digress. Say something about risk, what challenges and opportunities you see there, and then Crystal, I'll come right back to you.
Just to add to the comment about retail insurers all the way up to the reinsurers. I mean, they've been on the vanguard of pushing public sector investments in assets and infrastructure assets because, of course, they're also protecting their bottom lines. There's always been this unwritten agreement between the insurance industry and the public sector the public sector will provide this major infrastructure to protect the community, and then insurers would protect inside. But in the kinds of insurance scenarios that you're talking about, let's not forget that insurers are leaving individual homeowners. They've done this. They did this in Florida after Hurricane Andrew. They did this in Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina, and they're doing it right now in California after the wildfires. So there is a big concern about risk that I'm not sure there has to be a national conversation about about property risk and property insurance, the same way we've had a conversation the last decade about health insurance. So I think it's an important conversation to have, and I think it speaks exactly to this issue of equity, because the people who can't afford the insurance, who are already existing in harm's way, have very few alternatives.
Thank you. We're talking health, economic risk, climate risk, different kinds, and how they connect. Crystal, I'm sorry. Over to you.
No, it's okay. I was struck. I find the conversation around business and government and the expectations of government from business, while business doesn't want to pay for it. They want government to pay for it, but they don't want to pay more taxes either. And so what, I'm just sort of like,
how does that add up?
I can't do the math on that. I mean, I'm not a math scholar, but I did pass addition and subtraction. And so it's just, but if you're going to run a business, right, and you envision a future, right, think about it as R&D. If you want government to be leading and that's the place you're doing R&D, then you're going to make kind of investments in that for a while before you start to see the outcomes of that. And so I don't quite understand why we're not saying to ourselves, well, I do understand why. I'm not naive, but it's like, we're going to do something different. Like, even if we do a progressive tax for 10 years, because we've got to pay to shift where we're going, like, in order to do that, right, then let's lean in and kind of like do that. And it's not forever, ever. Mm-hmm. And, but we got to get to a different place. And this idea of scarcity is not going to get us there. Right? And the corporate environment is not going to get us there. right? If you're talking about risk of the size that we're talking about, that's got to be government, right? And so, and we've got to learn to have some greater level of confidence in government and its leadership and its ability to do that than we do today, right? Because it's government who's not, I mean, they're going to do what they can to really not leave anybody behind. But the more we get to, you know, Carlos and I staying up all night thinking about who's in charge in elections, right? The more we get representative real government, the more that we, you know, hopefully will have some, you know, confidence in that. But government has got to lead on this, because all big changes that we're talking about in this country started with government, right? I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go.
I was gonna just ask more about that. What's the this, especially around some of the changes you are actively thinking about and experimenting with in Massachusetts? All three of us have served in government. You served as Undersecretary for Housing and Community Development for the state. I mentioned property risk a few minutes back, and that got us onto insurance, just as one more, sort of variable or lever in this. But take housing finance. We have long had a public-private hybrid system in this country. We invented the FHA, which more or less invented the 30-year amortizing mortgage, a crucial innovation. That's thanks to government, but worked with the private sector. We had a big lesson over the past year and a half about small business lending. Think Paycheck Protection Program and the inequities in the first round, and what that's all about, government guaranteeing some of the risk on lending that commercial lenders do. What would it look like? What specifics do you have in mind when it comes to having more conviction, as you said, or more confidence about government being able to play a large and crucial role? Is it a new generation of hybrid finance products or risk sharing mechanisms, or could you say more about that?
Sure. When I think about insurance risk and appraisal, the way I've been talking about it to people is, you know, our current appraisal system is really just the vestiges of redlining, right? And it's just like, that's where that started. And if you look at, we've been doing some looking at where communities have been redlined and where they weren't, and just comparing, like over 50 years, what does that mean? What does that look like for, you know, incomes in those communities and that kind of thing, right? And so what you're alluding to is the low-income housing tax credit program, right? And how that's at the heart of driving affordable rental housing in this country, right? And how you've got public and private folks coming together to deal with that. We have no similar kind of thing on the homeownership side. And so you kind of like, it's a very individual kind of thought process, right? It's like, you'll build it, and then if people can afford it, they will buy it. And it's like homeownership has become this thing where it's like you have to deserve it, so to speak. And we'll like finance rental housing over here and figure out how to do that. And there are a lot of people making a lot of money in the LIHTC program. You know, it's super complicated and all of that. But, you know, on the homeownership side, you know, government, they have the neighborhood homes investment tax credit program that they're pushing, and which government is creating a space, well, not creating, wanting, you know, we're pushing to have a government create a public-private partnership to finance the appraisal gap, right? Between what you can build it for, what you can sell it for, right? And that's what I mean, right? It's like, okay, so government's gonna take some of that risk, and we're gonna kind of lead the way. And then we're gonna kind of see that, you know, it's not that scary. And then the private market is certainly going to be all in, right? It's like, because once we can figure out that there's money to be made, the private market can help to deal with that. That's what I mean when I'm thinking about government's got to lead. Government's got to figure out how to take those first steps.
As you say that, I'm mindful that Carlos and I are here in DC, you're in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
For folks in these economically vibrant, though very unequal metro areas, urban economies, we can take for granted certain foundational resources, including things like property markets that are, trading properties in high, but large parts of the country have been so disinvested. Crystal is alluding to challenges where you have, let's say, city of Detroit. It was a major issue, has been for years, many others as well. Gary, Indiana, rural communities, as Carlos said earlier, where it costs more to build something than a home would be worth at the end of the day, given its location, because the bottom has dropped out of a given community. There's so little demand or what have you. We need to think more creatively about bringing back these markets in an equitable way. Carlos, your thoughts?
Wait, can I just say one more thing,
Please,
Carlos,
before
you go? I just want to, we are now experiencing in the affordable LIHTC arena, huge fights with private equity firms around getting access to those properties and turning and flipping them to market. Right? Like this is a thing that was like, no one wanted to do this 20 years ago, but government came in, they built a whole system. And now private equity is like, oh, well, you built these properties in these places nobody wanted to be in 30 years ago. And now all of a sudden, hey, like, let me step in and figure out how to like make money here. But that's what government does and is supposed to do. Sorry, right. Carlos.
No, this is a great tie-in to I think what I'm thinking about. And I want to tie into the Zav's question about risk earlier as well, linking housing finance with overall risk, because I think part of the challenge is, what's happened in the last 2 years, for example, is that the overseers of the finance world, the public overseers, have started talking about climate risk, for example. Let's use this as an example, including the federal FHFA, right, have asked how much of a risk are there to the government-sponsored entities, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, with regard to climate risks. And of course, the challenge is when we start accounting for these risks, who's at the center of the risk assessment? Is it the institution or is it the people? Is it the homeowner, the home buyer, or the community in which that home exists? And that's what is always forgotten. I think when it's the institution, we're going to end up getting, if we're like saying, oh, these places are climate risky for our financial institutions, so we shouldn't be investing in them, we're going to have a new red line in this country. That's exactly what's going to happen. So poor people in disinvested communities that are now viewed as climate exposed aren't going to be invested in further. So it's the lack of thinking about who is at the core of the risk assessment that is repeated across various government agencies. And we're not just talking about housing finance policy, not even just housing policy. I mean, we've looked at places like transportation, commerce, labor, Army Corps, funding, infrastructure, and economic incubation in places that the EPA and Interior and Department of Energy have said are challenges, right? And then HUD is left piecing together with the 2 bottles of glue that it has in its desk. So we're not thinking about who is at risk and what they need for their lives. And that's not to say that the housing finance system should be exploded. I'm a big believer in reform, not in revolution. I think what we need is a highly regulated private sector, not a dismissal of the private sector, but to highly regulate, you have to have good government. And that's where Crystal's point is.
If we looked beyond, you guys, today's election results, and even beyond next year's midterms, we didn't worry too much about the very, very near term. What are the specific kinds of policy debates you'd love to see? This may be painful for me to ask it this way, but in the 2024 presidential and congressional elections, or put it this way, as a nation, what should we be actively debating right around the corner in order to start taking very, very seriously these trends and these futures that we confront, whether we have acknowledged them or not? Carlos, I'll start with you, given the point you just made.
Ooh, and I guess for the listeners, we should let them know that this is occurring. The conversation is actually occurring on November 3rd. You'll be hearing it later. That's why you see a lot of bags, at least under my eyes, not under my lovely colleagues' eyes. there are certain fundamental issues that have to be debated that we've avoided talking about in this country in several election cycles, right? And I think it would be good to see leaders step up to the plate to talk about racism and not pretend that racism is not still a core function of our housing markets, of our environmental injustices, et cetera, right? That these are core functions. We have to look at leaders who are, I mean, it's sad that there would have to be a debate, but that are looking at how do we prioritize historically disenfranchised communities. So it's not just by race and ethnicity, but also by income that have not had the opportunities, all of the options that we're talking about. That is the goal of our vision for shelter in this country, right? Of making sure everybody has the options that are appropriate for them and their families and their communities. We have to have that fundamental conversation about those disparities historically, and if we're going to make any change in the future. And then, so that's the big reckoning that I'd like to see. And in the future, we have to, I actually would like to start seeing leaders talk about, and we're not seeing this at the local level either, people willing to talk about what we have to do in our communities to deal with the massive exposures to climate change that we're going to be facing. That means that some communities are not going to be viable, but we shouldn't say that without immediately saying, this is what we're going to do for them. This is how we're going to give them housing and jobs and healthcare and other places as nearby to their social networks and their community networks as possible. Having that conversation about what do we value, what communities do we value culturally and historically, which spans the racial and ethnic spectrum in this country, because we have such a rich racial history in this country and wonderful cultural productions that some things we want to value. We have to have that conversation. That's going to be a debate that I would like to see. I don't know if it'll ever happen.
Carlos, thank you. Crystal, how about you? What's your list?
I don't know whether I should say I'm less optimistic or more practical. Part of the way, I think about race, listen, I'm a descendant of slaves here, right? And part of the way I think about racism is like I said, it's a fundamental part of American culture. And I don't want to play the blame game. I just want to say, like, okay, you want to have this conversation around racism, then let's have it. It's like like, don't be scared. Like, there's nothing to be afraid of. What I would like to have people talk about is not about investing in communities that have long been disinvested. I would like to have a conversation of people talking about housing and the need to actually build more. And what does that mean? And the federal government, in the same way the federal government will come down and tell you that, like, you got to do something with this bridge. I would like a conversation where the federal government goes to Cornegayville and says, you haven't built a house, in 25 years here. And so we're going to make you, whether we give you money or not. Right? We got to get people back in the production business. Mm-hmm. And if we get this country back into the production business, housing production business, then that will lead to these investments that we're talking about in certain communities. Because guess what? Those are the places that have land left. Those are the places that, have opportunity. Like those are the places in which we're going to have to talk about and think about. But if we're not doing it in a way in which we can envision a conversation in which the industry benefits, then it just becomes too esoteric and people get too, kind of like polarized, well, not too more polarized than they are now. And so I want to say to the federal government, it's great that you want to talk to the GSEs about where they should, back mortgages, but you need to be talking to localities around building housing. Everybody's got an obligation to get us back into that game.
Let me add to that, Zab, just for a second, because I think part of the issue, part of the reality is we have a housing industry in this country, from new construction builders to remodelers to the financial interveners and exchanges that are there that are incredibly nimble. I mean, this is one of the most nimble, demand-ready industries on the planet. And so maybe to your question, Zab, what the debate that I'd like to see is them fighting for what are the best new technologies, what are the best land use reforms that we could do to ensure that we're providing the right options and amount and at a price point and environmental impact of housing that we need in this country. So I would like to see debates about that, about who can out-nimble each other. I'd like to see debates about how Justice 40, who can best define Justice 40 to be as inclusive as possible of as many communities and as many subgroups as possible.
Thank you both for that. Just a reference point for our viewers, knowing that the conference attracts folks from a wide array of backgrounds, not all sort of deep into housing questions, or perhaps not yet. As we begin to wrap up here, I would invite folks to take a look at last year's housing proposal. So when we were at an early stage in the presidential election cycle, Data for Progress, for example, it's really a polling group that sort of provides scorecards, rated all of the Democrats on their housing proposals. So it's an interesting little time capsule to sort of go back and look at how they reviewed Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, go on down the list. And one of the proposals at the time related to this question, how could the federal government challenge, but Crystal, to your point, also insist that communities of all types share, the old concept in housing is fair share in the work of providing housing opportunities, decent, safe, affordable. So it's interesting given where we are now. We'll see where we are in 6 months or 24 months, but to think about what the debate was early, right. So 2019 into 2020, some of the COVID with these big proposals look like. As we wrap up here, I want to ask you both to offer us any thoughts you have on regions that are lagging. They may be still depopulating, losing talent, losing their young people to other parts of the country, simply because we don't often center them, and we have a tendency to think of them monolithically too as being white, working class, and then commentators are sort of off to the races on the politics of all this. And in fact, they are racially diverse, culturally diverse. Tend to be poorer because one reason they're lagging is they don't have the most competitive industries. Crystal, in your state, they include some of the earliest industrial towns in this country: Lawrence, Massachusetts, Pittsfield, Springfield, et cetera, et cetera. They're not beacons of high tech these days, not for now. But one begins to think about this future, the medium and longer run that we've been talking about, and both the challenges they face, but also opportunities they may offer as places that tend to have more abundant land, certain natural resources, and a hunger to be vibrant again, even if it's in a completely different way. So I would just invite you to share any thoughts you have. Crystal, I'm going to start with you, and I'll give you a time signal. We've got about 4 minutes left, so maybe a couple minutes from each of you, and then we'll wrap. Does that sound okay?
Sure. Like this pandemic, right, is like, has taught us to think differently about work. And so because you brought up these communities, Springfield is, I want to say, it's a community, it's kind of in Western Mass, kind of, and it's been struggling for a while, right? In terms of different things. But what if, right? And so there's all this conversation around, let's get a transportation system that connects Springfield to Greater Boston, which is really the economic engine of Massachusetts, and some would argue of New England, right? And so let's get a transportation to do that, system to do that. I say, no, let's build, 1,500 homes, high tech in Springfield. And let's connect those folks with the technology, the fintech, whatever industries there are in Boston, and let's do that. And let's think differently about where people have to work and live and how people do that, because we just turned the whole idea about work from home and what that means up on its head like that, right? Like that. Like all the ideas about what it means to work from home and what that means, like all of that went out the window. Just like that. And so there was a whole disruption about that. And so that's why I want to have these conversations around, what do we do around what's everybody's fair share in terms of housing production? Because Springfield is also a city in which it's largely diverse, Latin American descendants. And so we start to get at the things that Carlos and I care about, but in a different way, right? And investing in that in a different way.
Chris, I want to make sure I follow you before we give Carlos the final thought here, final comment. It's a home and talent-centered regenerative strategy. And then folks need connections. So the digital connections, the transport connections as well, but start by attracting people in to take advantage of the special opportunities these places represent. Carlos, your thoughts?
That is actually going to be very related to my point. So there's an interesting climate angle to your question, Zav. There are a lot of these former Rust Belt and Midwestern cities that are proposing to be climate receiving communities in the future. And some there's an actual active public marketing, public relations campaign by these city governments.
Carlos, would you define that? I don't want to assume that phrase is familiar to everybody.
Certainly. So climate receiving community is people who are displaced by either an acute climate disaster like a hurricane or by slow onset chronic climate effects like sea level rise. So in those places that I'm saying may not be viable physically anymore, that some places like Duluth, Minnesota, Buffalo, New York are presenting themselves as options for people to move to supplement their populations. The reality is, in the studies at least that I have done, usually in these receiving communities, after about a year and a half, the welcome mat gets worn very thin once communities realize the demography of the people who are moving in, because the people who need to move are going to be the low income, the communities of color that live in historically disadvantaged, highly exposed places, right? So I would say what I would like to see in the long term, and what I would hope would be the debate, is which of these communities have figured out how to support their existing populations and integrate newcomers in the best possible way so that you're forming entirely new cohesive communities. That's really going to be the challenge for equity in housing, about how do we get, again, people to realize that they're part of a bigger whole than their own house.
Carlos, Crystal, thank you so much. I'd love to keep this conversation going. There's so much to talk about. We are at time. Huge thanks to both of you for making time today, and also for the incredible and important work you do. And thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thank you, everybody. Take good care.
Thank you, Dr. Briggs, Ms. Cornegie, and Dr. Martin. That was a terrific discussion. And now we're going to move on to another lightning talk, from wealthy enclaves to asset deserts, with Mr. Kenan Fikri. Kenan?
and greetings from Washington, D.C. My name is Kenan Fikri, and I am the Research Director at the Economic Innovation Group. I'm here today to talk to you about geographic inequality. Now, we know that income inequality in the United States is the greatest in the developed world, but we have less of an understanding of the state and geography of wealth inequality. Now, wealth is notoriously hard to measure, right? It's the balance of our assets and our debts, and it encompasses everything from student loans to homes, retirement accounts, stocks, and savings, and all these factors that either make us financially secure or not. And the reality today is that most assets are out of reach for the entire bottom half of the income distribution. So in some recent research, we said, well, we can't map wealth in its entirety, but we can look at the income that American households derive from wealth in the form of the dividends, interest, and rent that they earn off of the assets that they may own. So a unique data set from the Bureau of Economic Analysis tabulates this data at the county level, and the result is a really refined and unprecedented new look at the map of wealth inequality in the country. So asset income now constitutes 1/5 of all personal income in the United States. But widening national inequality means that this source of income is becoming relatively more concentrated in fewer hands and by extension in fewer places, such that we see that adjusted for inflation, asset income per capita on average has been entirely stagnant for the bottom 90% of counties, even as it's doubled for the top 10%. To really appreciate how much larger the equity gap looks when you start to dig into wealth, consider this. The highest earning county in the country enjoys 12 times the total personal income per person as the lowest earning county. However, if you just zoom in on asset income, the highest earning county in the country enjoys 67 times such earnings as the lowest earning one. So we see that income from wealth magnifies and deepens inequality from earned income. Let's take a look at some geographies of inequality to start to bring this to ground. They say everything is bigger in the West, and geographic inequality is no exception. The landscape here is dominated by the super wealthy enclaves of Teton County, Wyoming, Aspen, Colorado, Park City, Utah, and Sun Valley, Idaho. These are the new preferred recreation destinations of the country's super rich, and their story is really one of rising national income inequality. They stand in extremely stark contrast to other more persistently poor corners of the region that are often tribal, such as Bighorn County, Montana, or Oglala Lakota County, South Dakota. Now, moving farther west, the canyon of income of inequality that separates coastal California from central California is one of the steepest in the nation. The story of the Bay Area is, of course, one of minting profits on a truly global scale, but it's also home to a workforce that's relatively well compensated with stock options and other forms of equity that supplement traditional salary income. And we see that Marin County has about 7.5 times the asset income per capita as the more working class and agricultural Merced County in the Central Valley. So in fact, one of the most surprising findings in this research was the extent to which diverse and middle-class places have really been left out of the national boom in asset wealth. Even some of the fastest growing corners of the country, such as Clark and Maricopa counties in the Southwest, trail far behind the national average on this measure. These relatively affordable middle-class migration destinations offer plentiful job opportunities, but their economies are less oriented towards tech and finance, and their populations are demographically tend to be majority minority, such that these local economies are really on the wrong side of some of the inequality that we're looking at here today. Now, the natural resources extraction has helped put many corners of the central part of the country on the map, but there's been no such luck in Appalachia, which remains one of the asset poorest parts of the United States, even as it is energy rich. And similarly, we haven't seen any kind of commensurate grassroots wealth increase in northern Pennsylvania or southern New York that other fracking regions have enjoyed. Now, it's only natural to end any story of geographic inequality in New York City, where a glimpse at Manhattan and the Bronx should prompt us all to ask really big questions about how such inequality can persist in such close proximity for so long. Now, median household income in Manhattan is just over 2 times that in the Bronx, but asset income per capita is more than 13 times higher. So Manhattanites have ridden the multi-decade global boom in asset prices and wealth creation that's been led by Wall Street. Our nearby Bronx, where 90% of residents are people of color, has been completely untouched by it. So this isn't just an exaggerated caricature of inequality. This is everyday life for the working people of our nation's largest metropolis. Well, the reality is that very few Americans have direct income generating ownership stakes in the wealth created by this formidable, awe-inspiring US economy. So as we look ahead to 2050, we need to think about how do we create more equitable pathways to asset ownership so opportunities to build wealth, even modestly, are enjoyed by the many and not by the privileged few. So as you look at this map, I encourage you to consider how can we raise the floors of these valleys to build a more inclusive, stable, and forward-looking American economy in which more people share with a direct stake in the nation's economic success. So with that, I will bid you adieu, say thank you, and wish that you enjoy the conference. Take care.
Thank you, Kenan. By the way, Kenan was on the organizing committee for the symposium this year. Kenan, we thank you very much for all of your efforts on our behalf. And now we have a book review, Furthering Fair Housing. And to start us off, we have Mr. Noah Kazis. Noah?
Welcome, everyone. My name is Noah Kazis. I'm a legal fellow at the NYU Furman Center for Real Estate and Urban Policy, where much of my research focuses on fair housing. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today with two leading thinkers in the field to discuss their new book, Furthering Fair Housing. Nick Kelly is a researcher and advocate working on public policy and housing policy with a particular focus on fair housing and urban politics. He's a senior fellow at the Boston Housing Authority and received his PhD in public policy and urban planning from MIT. Previously, he worked in local government in New York City, as well as at the federal level for Senator Charles Schumer. And Maya Woolachem is a tech fellow on the civic engagement and government team at Ford Foundation, as well as an adjunct professor of public service at the Wagner School of Public Service at NYU, teaching a course on segregation. At Ford, she works across a range of civil society organizations on examining the intersection of technology and civil society, and she received her MCP in urban planning from MIT in 2019. I'm excited to dive into the important contributions that Nick and Maya's research have made to our understanding of fair housing. But before we do that, I want to offer a little context for why this research is so important. We're here at a conference thinking through how geography can help us understand the inequities of today and the path to a more equitable future. The importance of space and place to equality goes without saying. Where you live affects the schools you attend, the air you breathe, the jobs you can find, your exposure to crime and to different forms of policing. It's foundational. And as the cover of the book shows, shown here, it so clearly illustrates communities know how important these geographies and these maps are. This is a mural from Philadelphia. Fair housing offers a particular way to analyze and address those inequalities through a legal framework. So on the next slide, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 was the final piece of the 1960s series of transformative civil rights laws, along with the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. It prohibits discrimination in just about every piece of the housing market. Racial discrimination, as well as discrimination on the basis of national origin, sex and sexual orientation, disability, religion, and family status. And it prohibits not just direct intentional discrimination, but also policies and practices which have an unjustified disparate impact on members of protected classes. It's a powerful law, and in some ways it has proven transformative. Through the 1960s, racial discrimination and segregation weren't just tolerated, they were celebrated, even by elements of the federal government, not to mention states, cities, landlords, brokers, and others throughout the housing system. Segregation was a fundamental principle of American urban planning, explicitly or implicitly. And that kind of express invidious discrimination, if you want to go to the next slide, it's far reduced from what it was. Though unfortunately, it's still far from gone. These are sort of the kind of, I don't know if I'll call it express or implicit, but this is a redlining map of the city of Boston. The legacies of this kind of discrimination, they remain with us today. So if you go to the next slide, you can see segregation has proven to be one of the most resilient, hard to address civil rights issues in the country. This is a dot map showing sort of the distribution of different people by race in the Boston area, and you can see how stark those lines are. The progress in reducing racial segregation has been painfully slow, and inequality persists in essentially every step of the real estate process, from appraisals to insurance, to taxes to evictions, housing quality, neighborhood amenities, and so on and so on. And that brings us to Nick and Maya's book. You can go to the next slide. They discuss a special provision of the Fair Housing Act. The act not only requires an end to discrimination, it requires the federal government and its grantees, so states and local governments as well, to, quote, affirmatively further fair housing, or we'll be saying AFFH. In other words, they have to stop discriminating, and they also have to work proactively to dismantle the structures that discrimination built. They have to work towards integration and equity. And that is a potentially radical proposition. As a result, the AFFH provision was barely used. George Romney, as HUD secretary, tried until Richard Nixon immediately put a halt to it. And the law then sat practically unused, with a few important exceptions, for 50 years. Under the Obama administration, spurred on by innovative litigation and activism, HUD tried to create a comprehensive framework to make the promise of affirmatively furthering fair housing a reality. It didn't last. The Trump administration quickly halted the AFFH process. And yet, even so, this was one of the federal government's most important and systematic efforts to take on segregation in decades. And that's the subject of this book. What the Obama era AFFH rule tried to accomplish, how it succeeded, how it fell short, and where affirmatively furthering fair housing might go next. So with all of that introduction, let's bring in Nick and Maya. I want to begin by asking, why did you put together this book? Well, what makes this issue important to you, personally or important to readers more generally? And Nick, do you want to start? Nick, I think you might be muted.
Thanks so much. Just having trouble unmuting myself. Thanks so much, Noah, for that kind introduction. And, as a result of where I grew up, I had an intuitive sense of how unfair our housing systems are and how much geography contributes to those unequal structures. When I was a kid, I lived in a city with below average schools, and I was fortunate enough to go to private school. But when I was 9, I moved to a town with great public schools. And my very first year, I had a teacher that really changed my life by instilling in me a love of hard work. That experience, I think, made me aware, even from a young age, and implicitly, about the vast disparities in resources across neighborhoods. And only later did I realize that my new town of Brookline, Massachusetts, also exemplified America's system of metropolitan inequality and white supremacy in housing. So despite its liberal reputation, my town, Brookline, was the site of the first racial covenant in the United States, and it builds little affordable housing, ensuring its position as a bastion for the upper middle class. Combined with its incorporation as a completely separate municipality from Boston, Brookline engages in opportunity hoarding that perpetuates spatial and racial inequality. So this slide here shows an aerial view of Boston, of the greater Boston area. And to the right of the park winding through the image is Boston. But even though it's right near downtown, the neighborhood to the left is the completely separate municipality of Brookline. And although the park brings a lot of beauty to Boston residents and enjoyment, it also conceals a really stark reality that growing up on one side of the line or the other can really determine quite a bit about your outcomes in life. And indeed, according to data of 20 million Americans from childhood to their mid-30s, we see dramatic differences in upward mobility by place. A low-income child who raised in Brookline in the 1980s on average would earn $50,000 in his or her 30s. A low-income child starting from the same economic position on the right side of the park in Boston would earn only $26,000 according to the data. So growing up near these dividing lines, I was really acutely aware of the importance of geography in shaping access to economic opportunity. And furthermore, only really later did I recognize that my family's ability to move in the first place was really due to my race and privilege. From landlord discrimination to sky-high rents to the racism that people of color face when moving to suburban areas, low-income families, and especially families of color, just face an incredible number of barriers to living in neighborhoods that provide increased economic opportunities. And so I was really excited to help edit this book to study an effort to actually undo these barriers and the systems of white supremacy in housing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Maya.
Thanks, Nick. So I have a similar story. I grew up in a very segregated area, not unlike many people around the country, but unfortunately, I'm also the second generation of my family to have, let's say, integrated a place by nature of being a Black person in that particular space. My parents are immigrants. My mom moved from Sierra Leone in the 80s to Kent, Ohio, to a neighborhood that had never really seen a Black family as a resident before. She ended up actually being the first of many Sierra Leoneans to land in Kent for its proximity to Kent State University, a cheap public alternative that was accessible for many of my aunties and uncles who were coming at the time. Now, I think, one way to view her move to Ohio is a symbol of, positive momentum towards integration in some way. However, that house, shortly after they moved out of it, was reconstituted by a white family, turning the neighborhood back to a predominantly white neighborhood. And a Confederate flag now adorns the porch. We just saw it a couple of years ago, unfortunately. So that said, you could imagine that, we might have made some positive momentum since my parents first landed here in the 80s, but a decade or two later, when my family moved to Rochester, New York, itself a tension of a replica of the tension that my mom faced in her youth, we find so many of these dynamics still replicating themselves in that space today. Originally, when we moved to upstate New York, we landed in the city, so that, red blob there. And my dad would often joke that, my family was scouted for suburbia for this new development that was being built out there because of our sort of Africanness, that we were just different enough to count as really comfortable from our neighbors. And so in the end, after a year or two in the city of Rochester, we ended up being the first Black family in a new neighborhood being built just off of Calkins Road in a suburb called Pittsford, which is a very, very similarly exclusive, very white town. In 1998, we were that first Black family, and in the end, we were the only one that stayed through the end of the 2000s. So, I don't own that my experience in Pittsburgh was necessarily ordained, but it is, very unsurprising when you look at where we started. Like so many of the redlining maps that Noah raised as well, this one is very deterministic in terms of the experience of living in any of those places today. If you go to the next slide, please, Nick. You can actually also see this if you look at just, an aerial map of both Rochester and Pittsburgh. Rochester from the sky, you can see a pretty dense urban center, once bustling during the height of Kodak and Paychex and Xerox and other big industry of the mid 20th century. It's also the site of that dense urban housing that we know to have been built during that time, some of it still in disrepair after having not been repaired since those early days. So our time there when we landed in the 90s was spent in various states of shuffling around to Auntie's old houses with all my cousins, being very small, running to lots of parties. And I include this picture here because I really want to reiterate that though this is a site of, you can look at any of the stats on the side and say this is a place that has been very disinvested. It was also a site of love and young parents and good food, but also suffering from so much of the legacy of segregation and disenfranchisement that accompanied it. Today, even still, Rochester is about 40% Black, nearly 20% Latino, and largely low income. That was still true then, but as a child, I never really knew to be ashamed of those things until I moved to the other side of town in 98. So next slide, please, Nick. When I was 7, I moved to Pittsburgh, a town that's really defined by its robust public schools and also, as we noted, incredible exclusivity. And like many suburbs around the city of Rochester, it is marked as a site of great promise and has remained so over time. It preserves its 19th century village, a pristine historical landmark that we knew to be proud of and to protect. And as a result, this growth in Pittsford has been very measured, very planned, very one development at a time. These developments here, they fetch about $300,000 a property, which is really high for upstate New York. As a child, though, I internalized the difference and really comported myself in ways that many who have written about integration have noted, with a sense of self-consciousness, with deep shame that run from my childhood well into my college years. Those were my neighbors, but I had known them my whole life. But that said, I was still questioned often about how it was that I found myself in Pittsford. Where do I live? Who are my friends around here? All of the sort of tensions that we know to be true. So that said, Rochester and its suburbs, like many places around the country, you can go to the next slide, please, Nick. For much of that history is a site of deep contention. It's been in the news a lot over its grave police brutality, the departure of industry, and the deep educational divide between suburbia and its urban core. Over the past summer, we were also the site of incredible protests over the murder of Daniel Prude, mistreatment by the police department, but also the deep vitriol for the continued segregationist manners of suburbia. That said, to me, this vision of my hometown, now complicated by its own reluctance to tell the truth about that history, has really helped me contextualize the importance of the AFFH and therefore the importance of this book, desegregation, integration, and the work of affirming fair housing in the way that is profound and intentional. It is profound and it is intentional. And, Pittsford is like many places around the country that have no interest in seeing themselves as part of that history. And so having this book on paper, really proof of the importance of the work and the life of the AFFH, it means the world to me. And I think it's a really important piece.
Yeah, thank you for both those sort of personal stories, but also those introductions to American cities and the connections between them. So turning sort of to the nitty-gritty of affirmatively furthering fair housing. One of the challenges about trying to affirmatively further fair housing, and I think both of your stories demonstrated this, is there's so much to be done, and there's so many different actors who need to be involved. So Nick, can you start by just explaining how HUD in the Obama administration tried to operationalize an equity approach to housing with that complexity in mind?
Yeah, thanks, Noah. So HUD really, to operationalize these really difficult concepts and difficult issues to overcome, they created what's called the Assessment of Fair Housing process, AFH process. And it was a robust requirement for municipalities to reduce segregation in their communities, engage with the local community, analyze fair housing data, and identify contributing factors and specific fair housing priorities and goals. And you can see here on the right, New York City was inspired by this rule. This is their plan, Where We Live NYC, which was a plan to think about how to address segregation in New York. And this was an important step because previously HUD had a very weak and unenforced process called the analysis of impediments that basically sat on the shelves at HUD. No one really read them and didn't really have an impact. This was a huge increase in the amount of robustness that communities had to attempt to address segregation in their areas. And so what we did to kind of measure the impact of this process was that we took every one of the 49 plans that were submitted to HUD before President Trump froze the rule, and we coded them according to these following measures. One of the key things in measuring the effectiveness of any policy, especially one that's addressing planning and spatial issues, is to see, is there actually a plan for getting this thing done, right? Is there a measurable objective? Is it a new innovative policy? And so we coded goals that way. In fair housing, there's a very important concept, which is around investing in low-income communities through place-based work, as well as helping families access areas of increased economic opportunity through mobility work. And so in our coding, we also analyzed both of those. What cities were looking at place-based goals, what cities were trying to increase access to areas associated with increased economic opportunity. And we also coded by all sorts of other innovative ways that cities were looking at addressing fair housing, from affordable housing to new zoning codes to addressing displacement to regional solutions, which we all know are necessary to address issues of segregation in the United States. And to try to create a resource for practitioners, we created a website, furtheringfairhousing.mit.edu, where we put all the plans online. And part of the reason for this in the first place was that the federal government had withdrawn under the Trump administration. So there was no place to go and even see these. And so we tried in our small way to step in the gap a little bit and create that public resource for practitioners. And as basic as it sounds, I think one of the ways that the rule really operationalized this concept of addressing fair housing, addressing segregation, was by requiring cities to sit down and reckon with their segregated living patterns and the racist policies that contributed to them. So I actually just want to quickly read a quote from one of our interviews with a practitioner in Seattle. She said, "To be completely cliche, a picture says 1,000 words. We had 2 or 3 of the most key maps, like this one here, of racial segregation in Seattle, mostly based on racial and ethnic segregation and integration by neighborhood, made up into handouts and big billboards. And we held these ice cream socials. And that was one of the most satisfying community engagement initiatives I've participated in 35 years of being a public servant, because it was with people. The kids are sitting there making a mess at the end of the table and having a great time, and their parents were relaxed. We didn't ask them specific questions. We just asked, can you take a look at this map and then give us your reaction? And that led to some fairly extraordinary conversations, many of which are highlighted in the community engagement section of our plan. But if we hadn't had that tool to specifically look at the effect of public and private actions on the demographics of our city, geographically displayed, there's no way we could have gotten down to the level of information that we did in just a glance at the map. It took all this statistical stuff and made it very plain English and very direct. So I think that quote really shows that, just as important as the goal setting in the assessment of fair housing plan was this community engagement process. And frankly, the importance of mapping, the importance of showing these patterns in a easy to understand way that was accessible for all communities. This screenshot here shows a screenshot of a mapping tool, maybe not the best looking mapping tool, but a mapping tool nevertheless, that did something that had never been done before, amazingly enough, which is to allow every city in the country to just plug in the name of their city and get a map of racial segregation in their area. And so just by doing that, just by creating those maps and requiring cities to engage with their communities, we saw really interesting conversations start to happen. I think that was another really important part of the affirmatively furthering fair housing role.
Nick, I know you said it was just a small step, but having actually read the research and relied on it myself, I think you can say it was at least a large step. It's really impressive work. Another piece of the book that I just loved was the chapter where the drafters of HUD's rule explained, sort of how the sausage got made and what they were thinking under the hood, which you don't often get to see. So can you talk a little bit more about why HUD made the choices that it did?
Yeah, so this was a really fun chapter to write. It was with 3 former senior officials at HUD under the Obama administration: Raphael Bostic, Kathy O'Regan, and Patrick Pontius. And I think the chapter really gets at what I think is a really understudied and undervalued issue in planning and geography, which is implementation. We can come up with as many innovative policies as we want to address spatial inequality, but unless we actually come up with a way to implement it, nothing's going to get done. And this fair housing rule was a great example of that. They started working on this fair housing rule in the Obama administration in 2009. But it wasn't until 2015 that it was actually implemented, almost the entire Obama administration. And it was so contentious that they even called it the Civil War Project. Now, remember, this was just an internal process at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. This was a civil war within the agency itself, right? And that shows you how contentious some of these this program could be. So, you know, and part of the tension, part of the reason for that division was that there's a real tension in a lot of federal agencies, and particularly maybe at HUD, between the carrot and the stick, between you know, incentives and legal enforcement. And I think these authors do a really good job at explaining that this rule was meant not to be a real legal enforcement tool. You know, HUD had tried to do legal enforcement, maybe not very robustly, but had done a little bit over the previous decades. They were trying something new here. They were trying to introduce planning into a concept that had really been a legal concept of fair housing. And so they thought, instead of just punitive measures, how about we have a planning tool to help communities analyze their own data and come up with their own proposed solutions customized to their needs. You know, another key innovation, in addition to focusing on planning, was expanding beyond just looking at racial segregation. So for many years, fair housing, again, was focused on racial segregation, but we know that racial segregation intertwines with many other important concepts in geography. One is the geography of opportunity. So where are the high quality schools? Where is the job access, et cetera? You know, they also incorporated a lot of the really powerful recent research on the impact of concentrated poverty. And by combining concentrated poverty, opportunity, and overlaying that with racial segregation, HUD really tried to present a more holistic look at what these communities really presented in terms of opportunities and how they look demographically. And finally, as I mentioned before, a really key innovation here was this balanced approach to fair housing. So including both place-based investments and mobility approaches. And like many of the different aspects here, this innovation was both, I think, a really good policy step, because it recognized that not all families will be able to move to areas with the city with increased economic opportunity, nor should they, right? We need place-based investment, and we need to make sure all our neighborhoods are areas of opportunity. And so by emphasizing place-based as well as mobility-based approaches, they really created a stronger policy. It also, like many of these other changes, had the secondary benefit of allowing HUD to thread the needle internally to get support from community development advocates and from fair housing legal enforcement advocates to support the rule.
Thanks. So one thing that jumps out both from that explanation, from the book itself, and from the rule itself, is how holistic the AFFH analysis is meant to be. It includes housing, and housing-specific issues, but also things like transportation and job access. And one of the chapters of your book talks about including an analysis of crime data, which wasn't part of the Obama era analysis. So Maya, maybe I'll ask you, based on your research, what do you think of as the most important elements of a fair housing analysis or an affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis? How do you include all of the different components that are important while also staying focused and, manageable?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And, I think the breadth of the AFHs that we tended to see in our research really shifted significantly from site to site. So it's really hard to sort of pinpoint the most, let's say, important components of a strong AFH outright, just because context we found really, really mattered. But what I think also mattered really importantly is that when we're discussing segregation, we know that it has to be a really deep exploration of all of the contours of the way racial inequality, class inequality, income inequality show up other than in housing particular people in a particular place. That said, I might, recontextualize this question of breadth to say that what we found actually is that breadth matters, but it doesn't matter as much as making sure the components of each of these AFHs can and will actually be executed. So in some cases, we actually found that breadth really betrayed that aim. For example, Seattle had an assessment that I really love because it's coming on the heels of really substantial work that they'd already done to understand racial inequality throughout any of the policies that were coming out of City Hall. They had it in 2009. It was called the Racial and Social Justice Initiative, and it was really effective. And they had a really strong articulation of the goals that they wanted to meet, but they did so really, building upon many years of momentum. And so where their goals really deviated from questions of housing availability and affordability and choice and all the things that we think are really central to this question of segregation and fair housing, it was really strategic. It was really about work that had already been in the works, such as, they restored a waterway, or they did really broad investments at their already existing choice neighborhood sites, but they didn't try to just throw everything in the bucket just to do it. That said, there were a bunch of other sites that really did really try to branch out and embrace a wide range of other indicators that, did so with a variable degree of focus, and therein lies really that tension. On occasion, we'd see things like, vague goals that spoke to, implementing best practices from high performing schools into all ranges of schools, or, ensuring youth are job ready. And those things, they are important, but, they're not as specific as, something that you would imagine to be measurable over time. We did have some examples that, really spoke to that. I really love Somerville had a great example of a boulevard project that, really attends to health, environment, and transportation all at once. But it's a very deeply thought out and really sort of, again, it's kind of building on the legacy of work that's already been done. To that point, though, about the book, Michael Lenz writes an incredible chapter about sort of the importance of including other ranges of data and other perspectives in the analysis of fair housing that sort of kicks off the process of creating an AFH. And in that, he's saying, we don't have any data that's provided from the federal government in terms of crime. And crime is a really, in many cases, predictive indicator of families' housing choice. He mentions the MTO study that, really showed a very strong correlation between how families and individuals were considering the safety of the neighborhoods that they were moving to or from. And so this is all to say, by failing to incorporate that data, it could be a core consideration in how one treats their AFH. And it may also be, leading us to miss something entirely about the extent of opportunity that we're really aiming to reorient in a space. That said, it's not to say necessarily that localities didn't do that on their own. Ithaca, for example, really included a lot of nuanced perspectives about crime. Other cities also did the same. But I think, one thing that is just generally true about this process that is really hard to say quite bluntly. Every AFH or every process needs to include X, Y, and Z, because as we find both the sort of relevance of that issue and the preciseness that needs to be approached when sort of handling that kinds of depth, I think is really important and variable.
Yeah, so just to build on that really great answer, what are some of the other big successes you see from the first year or two of AFFH enforcement?
Yeah, maybe I can take that one. So I think, we can talk about it broadly, and then I'll, give a few examples. I think kind of really broadly, our biggest takeaway is that affirmatively furthering fair housing was working. We found more concrete policies proposed to address segregation and opportunity, increase place-based investment, and it started new important conversations in communities. We also found through regression analysis that AFFH had its intended impact on more segregated areas. So we found, even when controlling for population size and other factors, that municipalities with higher levels of segregation took on more concrete steps to further fair housing. We also found, unsurprisingly, and important for this moment when the federal government may be about to make a historic investment in public housing, at least at the time of this recording, that federal funding matters. Grantees with higher levels of community development block grant funding, even when controlling for population, were positively associated with more robust fair housing goals. And we also looked at the number of fair housing cases that were filed in each municipality or region. And we found that cities municipalities with higher numbers of fair housing cases per capita had stronger plans. So in addition to these kind of overall findings, there were some really strong plans that I can mention. Kansas City really put together an incredible plan because they looked regionally. Kansas City operates in a region, obviously, and so they worked across municipalities to come up with a regional plan to further fair housing. New Orleans really stood out because every one of their goals was very specific, had a timeline for achievement, and really showed a commitment to implementation, which, as I mentioned, is kind of the ballgame when it comes to this stuff. But I think even more broadly than any specific plan, is what the innovation that it spurred at the state and local level. Because remember, the Trump administration really, took an axe to this program and they cut it, and we can see that here in these tweets. You folks may recall hearing about this a couple summers ago. That Donald Trump was tweeting about some obscure fair housing rule. He said, "I'm happy to inform all of the people living their suburban lifestyle dream that you may no longer be bothered or financially hurt by having low-income housing built in your neighborhood. Your housing prices will go up based on the market and crime will go down. I have rescinded the Obama-Biden AFFH rule. Enjoy." So, I think, the Trump administration and the president himself went after this rule. And so, there wasn't that long for it to actually be implemented. But what we saw was something really exciting, which we'll talk about, more in a bit, which is how state and localities have stepped up, how they've really innovated to push forward while the federal government stepped back. And so my perspective is that spurring of innovation at the state and local level is perhaps the longest legacy of this initial AFFH rule, and something that should really be celebrated. It really just shows that the federal government can have a huge impact even by starting something, right? Even by showing that it's possible to think about geography and think about space, and actually think about addressing spatial and racial inequality. Just by starting that conversation, it spurred a lot of other states and cities to think that they could do the same.
Yeah, I want to hear more about that. So what are states doing? What are cities doing? What do you see as the cutting edge of AFFH, not at the federal level, but in our laboratories of democracy?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there are a couple to highlight. So in the midst of the Trump administration, California actually passed their own state AFFH law, which was really exciting as the largest state to do that. The largest state in the country to do that is very exciting. But it also learned from the 2015 rule and really innovated. So the original 2015 rule only applied to municipalities that received federal funding. But California's law went further. It said that cities and counties and public housing authorities, all of them in the state had to comply with the fair housing law. They all had to write fair housing plans, regardless of whether they receive federal funds. So, and then that's really important because a lot of the most exclusionary suburbs in the United States don't receive any federal funding. So there's almost no way to incentivize them to act under the old regime. In fact, those are the areas that we need to force to comply with these regulations. Otherwise, we're not going to have a real impact on things like exclusionary zoning. There's also a very recent development here in Boston. The city of Boston actually passed an AFFH zoning amendment led by Council Member Lydia Edwards and Kenzie Bach. And it was really innovative because it actually embedded this AFFH process in the zoning code itself. So for large projects in the city, starting earlier this year, they have to go through, in addition to an environmental review process and other review processes, an AFFH review process. And it was also really innovative because it recognized that, communities face different challenges, right? Some communities are exclusionary and some are at risk of displacement. AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing, is meant to address both. And so the zoning code says if you're building a development in an exclusionary area, there are different criteria that you have to achieve there. You can maybe build more affordable housing and other things. And in areas at risk of displacement, you have to think about how to build new development that doesn't cause displacement there and allows residents to stay. So it really gets at that two sides of the fair housing coin. And it's really an innovative law that I think other cities should look at as well.
So that's a great segue to another fascinating chapter of the book, which really asks, how do you integrate these questions of gentrification into an AFFH framework when gentrification was sort of not maybe at the original heart of the Fair Housing Act? It wasn't on people's minds in 1968 necessarily. So maybe Maya, can you talk more about sort of gentrification as a fair housing issue and what you learned through writing this book?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really essential to the way that we're considering fair housing in the modern context, because there's always going to be real tension between the idea of reinvesting in formerly disinvested neighborhoods and the gentrification and the change and the tension that comes on the other side of that intervention. In which case, so much of the question then becomes, who is then the focus of these interventions that we want to put forward? And do we have agreement among the so-called, let's say, targets of this work on what the path forward might actually be? I live in Bed-Stuy right now. My neighbors across the street have very different opinions about the change happening in Bed-Stuy. Some love it, some are feeling, increasingly priced out, increasingly unwelcome in the place that we all call home. So these are real sort of live tensions that happen at any sort of site of shift. And so that said, the truth is that so many of the strategies that localities are relying on when it comes to the AFFH process and the AFFH that comes out of it, could be considered real gentrification threats, or at least, make these sites really attractive for high income, new residents. So in our prospects section, Vicki Bean, raises the example of East New York, which, has been undergoing incredible pressure to upzone and make other infrastructure investments like schools and parks and, street and safety improvements, all things that, ultimately did result in about, $250 million of investment in that neighborhood, but also, real attraction for people who are not from East New York, who suddenly find it to be a much more amenable neighborhood to their needs and the things that they might want out of that particular place. So that said, an effort like this, of course, has received, significant pushback from advocates, worried about the potential for displacement, either through the traditional moves that one might expect, being priced out of the neighborhood, but also, the more pervasive cultural displacement that often occurs with that kind of investment. And so, I really appreciate that chapter because it really kind of leaves us with a couple of questions that we all, just generally need to grapple with that don't have easy solutions and certainly weren't answered through the process of writing this book, but I think, leave space for future endeavors. I might argue, that first one is about targeting. How do we target fair housing initiatives such that they actually reach the people that they're intended to reach? Displacement, of course, can happen in a range of ways, but even if people stay in the place that is growing around them, is that going to be a place that's going to be welcome to them 10, 20, 30 years into the future for their grandkids? Is that a place that they can imagine being home? We've got a secondary question, which is, what are the potential for these efforts to, potentially exacerbate segregation further? It may look different from the segregation that we've talked about already, but, these investments that kind of enable growth in a neighborhood can also, create enclaves of high earners, keeping, pockets of poverty and public housing and other sorts of, targeted things in one particular section of the neighborhood, whereas the other section gets all the new buildings, gets all the new, coffee shops. And is that, changing the tenor of a neighborhood that in a way that we're not intending to, in a way that's, not helpful or healthy for the next generation of folks who live there. And I think to Nick's point as well, how do we embed anti-displacement thinking in the forefront of how we're considering fair housing arguments for housing policy, all of these questions about people versus place? It's not clear that there's, a well agreed upon set of strategies that we can rely on that aren't going to cause undue harm. So much of this stuff is very context specific, but I appreciate the provocation in the book because I think, it's really prodding, us as readers and editors of this work, but also, future folks that are entering into the space of fair housing to continue to probe at this question. It's not, really clear, but we really need folks with, thoughtful political imagination to be provoked enough to really hit it at the center of that tension. I'm excited for, our future readers and what's going to happen on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that just jumps out in the book and in that answer and in the whole discussion we've been having is sort of how unresolved the meaning of fair housing still is. And we talked about sort of the mobility-based and place-based debate, and that sort of goes throughout the book. Does fair housing mean integration? Does it mean investing in predominantly non-white neighborhoods or neighborhoods where there's concentrated poverty? How do you balance them? And sort of the unresolved nature of that actually inspired me to write an article just immediately after reading the book, suggesting that maybe we're not going to resolve these debates. They've been happening since before the Fair Housing Act was passed, and they're real sort of deep debates. So maybe the way to make the AFFH process a little more enforceable and a little more prescriptive is to focus not so much on, or not only on fair housing, but also on unfair housing practices where maybe we have more consensus, we know what some of the worst practices are. So that is sort of my current idea for how to strengthen AFFH, inspired by the work you do put together. And so I want to ask you, what ideas do you have for the Biden administration? Because right now they're at work updating and restoring an AFFH process. If they are watching, what would you tell them to do?
Yeah, and I just want to replug Noah's excellent article on unfair housing. I think it's really provocative, and I think Noah actually really challenges a bit the planning approach a bit that is proposed in the book in terms of what fair housing should be. So I think it's an interesting way to think about a legal approach to fair housing that is more nimble and effective than the kind of very ineffectual fair housing legal approach that dominated for a long time at HUD. But in terms of what the Biden administration should do, as Noah just noted, there is this effort going on right now to revive the rule, and so I think my first piece of advice is let's move quickly, because one of the key takeaways from our research was that by taking so long to implement the rule, it really weakened it. It was only enforced for a couple of years. The change in the administration really kneecapped the effort. So the longer the Biden administration waits to reissue the AFFH rule, the more likely it is it will be overturned by the next administration. If the rule gets embedded and housing authorities get used to it and cities get used to doing it, it's much less likely to be undone by a future HUD. And so we just really encourage HUD to act quickly and really, I know they're working on streamlining it, and I think that will be good, but time is of the essence. And just building off of what Noah was mentioning about place and mobility, those tensions will never be resolved, and those debates can really hamper the timing of this. It can really slow things down. But I think our research showed that you really can do both. AFFH effort can have both place and mobility approaches and do it well. So we encourage HUD to move past that debate and embrace that balanced approach. Building off what Maya was talking about with Vicky Bean's excellent chapter, I think addressing gentrification head on is essential, and I don't want to overplay the importance of gentrification. I think, in most cities in the United States are actually not really experiencing gentrification, but in high cost cities, especially on the coast, gentrification is the number one housing issue that there is, including here in Boston. And so the next fair housing version of AFFH really needs to grapple with that directly. Even if the issues are difficult, it needs to at least figure out how to embed displacement more directly as something that is a priority, especially in high cost cities. And I think looking to things like Boston zoning code that addresses that two sides of the fair housing coin, in terms of exclusion and displacement, could be a really interesting way to do that. And the third, just bringing up again what Maya was talking about with Mike Lenz's excellent chapter on crime data. Violent crime is one of the most important factors in terms of children's outcomes, and limiting children's exposure to violent crime is critical, but it's not talked about at all in the 2015 rule. Now, part of that's due because there's lack of good data on that, but HUD, as the federal agency overseeing this process, should lead an effort to get good crime data from our police departments and cities to enable better analysis of violent crime and opportunity in our communities. So I think by doing these three things, HUD can really improve on the rule without taking too much time, and really set our communities on a path towards greater equality of opportunity in our regions.
Maya, anything you want to add? Your message to HUD?
I would plus up everything that my colleague Nick has said. Gosh, if I would add anything, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't, because I do agree that I feel the time pressure is really of the essence. We're already somehow entering another midterm season. And really, this discussion about the infrastructure bill has really kind of litigated all of the questions of what the importance of social infrastructure is, what infrastructure is more broadly. And I think, including these ideas in this bucket of stuff that's being litigated presently in Congress as we speak. And I just worry that the more that we nitpick, the less gumption we're going to have to just make a decision, because we know that, ultimately a decision is necessary. I think one thing that we found that was very clear is that, localities will find any way to cheat if they're not really held accountable. And it's only the federal government that can do that. And I just worry about the gulf that's been created during this time where, enforcement hasn't been what it should be. So I guess the only thing I would add would to be sign it in like 3 days. just get it over with. Yeah.
Well, I think that is a perfect note to close on. And I just want to congratulate you both for putting together this book that is just an incredible resource for those of us working in fair housing to understand sort of this historic rulemaking and what it did and didn't do. It's just an incredible piece of work. So thank you both, and congratulations to you both. I mean, I learned something new every time I open the book. I learned something new just in this talk where we talked about what's in the book. It's terrific. Congratulations again, and thank you.
And thank you, Noah, so much for moderating this book talk. And thanks, Maya, for your incredible work on this. And I'll just say thank you to all our co-authors, co-editors, Justin Steele and Larry Vail, and really the just wide number of great contributors who really made this book worthwhile. So thank you very much as well.
Thank you, Noah, Nicholas, and Maya. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Vice Admiral Robert Sharp, the Director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And today he's going to give us a special spotlight on water scarcity, climate change, and national security.
Greetings to everyone from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I'm Vice Admiral Bob Sharp, and I'm here with two of my teammates, our Senior GeoInt Authority for Geography and Cartography, Dr. Debbie Fugate, and our National GeoInt Officer for Economics, Threat Finance, and Climate, Dave Burchett. The conference theme of Towards a More Equal Future is a great one, and we've looked at that from a few angles in our discussions. We'd like to focus on something we all need, something that covers more than 70% of the planet, water. But in spite of it being seemingly everywhere, as you all know, potable water is just a tiny percentage of that, and a highly limited resource that causes strife around the planet. That strife can lead to a major national security issue. One recent report dealing with this topic came out from the National Intelligence Council. It's a national intelligence estimate titled Climate Change and International Responses, Increasing Challenges to U.S. National Security through the year 2040. There's an entire section on increased strains over water and migration. And there are some really great tables that explain at a glance the impacts to human security with respect to heat, heavy precipitation and flooding, drought, sea level rise, Arctic ice melt, tropical cyclones, coral reefs, and biodiversity. And with that introduction, let's get into some conversation. Now, Debbie, the theme of Geography 2050 this year is Towards a More Equal Future. How can GeoInt be used to better understand the geographic dimensions of inequality?
So GeoInt is an essential tool for understanding everything that goes on Earth. That includes patterns related to human activity, like the consequences of inequality. And that's right, inequalities can have impacts that can be seen from space. So we can study outcomes like mortality or poverty or water access and gain a better understanding of the scale and the history and the effects of our impacts on the planet. And ultimately, we can investigate even further using GeoInt to get an understanding of changes in both the physical and the social environment and better inform any potential solutions.
That's great. So Dave, how do we define the concept of water scarcity or water-stressed regions?
Water scarcity is a fundamentally dynamic status that changes over time. And we can really break it down by talking about supply and demand. And we can break it down further by talking about water availability versus water access. Water availability is just like it sounds. It's the amount of physical water available in a given region or location. If there's not enough water, that can lead to water scarcity. Access is a different type of situation. You can have an area that has available physical water resources, but they lack the appropriate water management policies or infrastructure to deliver that supply to where the demand is. So as an example, the World Resources Index provides a list of the most water-stressed countries in the world. And unsurprisingly, most of those countries are in the Middle East. The number one on the list is Qatar. But India and Pakistan are also very high on the list as well. And they have very sufficient physical water availability, but they're on that list because they lack the resources and water management policies to effectively deliver that supply to where their demand is.
So based off of what you said, it seems like both distribution and accessibility are unequal around the world. And you hit on this a little bit, but if you can expand on this, how many people in the world lack sufficient access to water? And where's water scarcity a significant issue?
Let's take a look at the big picture. As you said earlier, about 71% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, but 97.5% of this is saline water, mainly in our oceans. Of that paltry 2.5% of Earth's water that's fresh water, the majority is locked up in ice and glaciers or underground. Only a little more than 1.2% of all fresh water is available at the Earth's surface, and most of that is further frozen in ice or in permafrost. By U.S. Geological Survey estimates, freshwater sources such as rivers and lakes only constitute about 1/150th of 1% of total water on the Earth. And those are the sources that most people use every day. Unfortunately, readily accessible freshwater resources in lakes and rivers aren't equally distributed across the world, which generates areas of intense water stress and scarcity. Globally, 785 million people, 1 in 9, lack access to safe water. More than 2 billion live in water-stressed countries, and nearly 3 billion people experience water scarcity at least 1 month per year. By 2025, 2/3 of the world's population may face water shortages.
How does drought factor into this picture of water scarcity?
I mean, drought's a big problem. The UN estimates that in the last 20 years, roughly 1.5 billion people have experienced drought, which has led to estimated economic losses of roughly $124 billion. And as a current example, Brazil right now is experiencing its worst drought in 91 years, which is having major impacts to their economy. First off, hydroelectric power, impacted by lack of sufficient water, provides roughly 2/3 of available self-generated power within Brazil. Secondly, in their agricultural sector, they've seen severe impacts to the production of sugarcane, oranges, corn, and coffee.
It's fascinating, you know, and troublesome, I think, all at once.
I think that those are really sobering statistics, you know, when you hear them. I think it's important to note that geospatial data is really valuable in helping us get behind those numbers and really sort of understand what's going on at the population level. And then, you know, as Dave said, both more developed countries and less developed countries can suffer from drought. I mean, it's something that's going on globally, but many of the less developed regions are where they are disproportionately affected by this, and they are least unable to cope.
David, let me pull the thread on that a little bit more, because one of the things you said was that geospatial perspective helps you understand what's happening where, right? And to understand these problems from different perspectives and different dimensions. But the important aspect to it is really how it's impacting humans. Right. So how do we explore that problem from a human geography perspective?
Right. So there's a large body of research now looking at water security, or more broadly what I'd call the population water food security nexus. And really at the very basic level, we've got drivers and impacts on both the demand side and the supply side. Now, from a human geography perspective, we know from the research that the interactions amongst all those factors are really strong, and we've got many different push and pull factors at play. So let's step through what that can look like. In some parts of the world today, populations are still growing rapidly, and they're also urbanizing at quite a high rate. So that's a process that they're undergoing that we call the urban transition. That transition brings with it a number of demographic forces. Those demographic forces, they drive up the demand for water. That then diverts water away from agricultural production, which ultimately leads to lower agricultural output and negatively impacts food security. So that's a really basic example, but you can sort of see how they interact with one another. On top of that, urbanization itself contributes to climate change through increased greenhouse gas emissions from processes like land transformation, changes in transportation, those types of things. So we have this environment of insecurity, and it can then drive migration, both internal and international migration, as well as other forms of population displacement when we've got competition for resources going on. And, you know, I think that the bottom line is that we have an environment of inequalities, and we've got all kinds of stresses on the system at various levels, and they can contribute to societal tensions, including conflict.
One of the things you're highlighting is just the interconnectedness of these issues that we're dealing with. And as you know, our agency provides products and services to inform improved disaster response, humanitarian support, and security issues. Can we also use those resources, those same products and services, to look at inequality from perspectives on how communities respond to and recover from those types of crises that you're talking about?
Sure. So in some parts of the world, populations are still growing rapidly. And in humanitarian crises, disasters, and complex emergencies are often where those inequalities can become the most visible. Now, that could be in terms of unequal access to humanitarian assistance or uneven recovery from a disaster. And in those situations, imagery can be particularly valuable because it can give us greater insights that we can analyze to better inform policymaker response. Now, food security is a good example of that. And I think we have on the screen a graphic showing some flooding in Iran. So you can see in the graphic that over 10 million people were affected by this flooding, and over 40% of the agriculture was impacted by that flooding. And I think it's a great example of how we can use imagery and mapping to determine the extent of flooding in a disaster like that, and the amount of agricultural area that was impacted by that flooding. And we can better understand how that might impact future agricultural output, such as it could delay harvesting, it could delay planting, or it could delay even just transporting crops to the market for sale. And so you can integrate human geography data as part of that analysis and estimate the actual population that's going to be affected by that agricultural impact. You can better understand and estimate the actual number of people that might rely on that particular food supply that has been damaged. And we can better understand what the humanitarian needs will ultimately be. All in all, this will help us develop a better U.S. policymaker response.
Something I really love about what you're saying there, Debbie, it's moving from just responding to being predictive, to estimating what the longer term effects are going to be, and informing decisions and informing actions in advance of those maybe becoming exacerbated, right?
Yeah, and I think it's really important, especially, and you can see in this graphic that we've got a picture of some protests, and it's important to remember that those types of situations where you have food security, it can definitely lead to political unrest.
I like to say that it helps to add context and clarity as to what's happening where and how you might approach solving those complex problems.
Yeah, it's very valuable.
That's great, Debbie. Dave, let's talk about climate change in general. How does NGA help with the global fight against climate change, and how are we looking to address projected future enhanced requirements?
Sure. So NGA's role is in monitoring the impact to the Earth, mainly with monitoring Earth systems as well as populations. And we do that by providing intelligence and foundational data to a wide variety of customers, including both on the policy side as well as departmental, primarily DoD, but also partners across the federal science and civil science communities. And much of that data is provided through our foundation GeoInt, whether it's topographic or in the hydro realms. And that data is used to provide advanced models, both weather, climate, and hazard models. And NGA does modeling work ourselves. Another way we're supporting the mission is through our research department. We're leading on automated sea ice detection in the Arctic.
Hey, Dave, you mentioned partnerships, and as you know, partnerships are key to everything we do. Our strength is our people and our partnerships. Is the climate change mission any different there?
No, not at all. And I would argue that partnerships are more critical to the climate mission than many other missions that we do at NGA. The first factor would be that this is a global issue. We cannot work this in a vacuum and need to be as inclusionary as we possibly can with our wide variety of international academic and scientific partners. not only to just to leverage their added effort to our overall level of effort, but to take advantage of their unique skills, tradecraft, and regional perspectives towards this mission. A second factor would be that the level of expertise, the subject matter expertise on this mission resides overwhelmingly in the open, specifically with our academic and scientific partner. And that creates a two-way dynamic where we need to take full advantage of their expertise and deliver that to our policymakers and departmental customers and consumers. But conversely, we need to do a better job on the government side to ensure that they have visibility to what those requirements are so that they can deliver more robust answers to those requirements. And the third piece, and it's arguably the most critical piece, is that this is a mission that we can do overwhelmingly in the unclassified mission space. And what that means to us is that it's an enabler. So when we work inside the SCIF, our most standard hurdles towards partnership and engagement are really policy and IT. And they don't fully go away in the unclassified mission space, but it's a lot easier.
Deb, did you have something to add on the partnerships?
I did. I think I really would like to reiterate what Dave said about the criticality of partnerships. I think it's especially true when we talk about climate change and the science and research that we need to do. Many of the commercial solutions today don't really operate in the spectral range where we need to be doing that science for climate change. And so we often have to rely on some of our civil agency partners like NASA or USGS and some of their satellite capabilities to help us do our science and things that we need to do to meet the mission.
You're always talking about the power of the diversified experiences and expertise and perspectives to help solve some of these complex problems. And one of the things you both talked about is the global nature of this. And I like to say that there's no such thing as local problems. They all cross these regional boundaries, and they have this global dimension to them, right? Requiring global perspective and global approaches to things. And Debbie, you mentioned also that they don't exist in isolation. Some of these problems and these challenges that we're facing. And Dave, can you talk a little bit about climate change, water insecurity, and U.S. national security, and how those aren't isolated, how they are interconnected and interrelated?
Sure. So, water shortages, which are being increasingly exacerbated by climate change, can inflame, local and cross-border tensions, and that can have pretty significant impacts to U.S. national security interests. So, water scarcity in broader regions, especially those transboundary, that's where we're seeing near-term and projected future risks. So, as an example, there are more than 260 rivers and 600 aquifers globally that are shared by 2 or more countries. Most of those are in areas where there is no formal treaty or water agreement. We have one ourselves with the Colorado River, where we have a very outdated water policy both between states and between the U.S. and Mexico. And you see with the 20-year drought in the western U.S. how that's causing impacts to communities and to farming. And those challenges exist on the international stage as well. So while we think climate change will increase risks of water insecurity, there's also the element of the management and the mismanagement of water resources that can exacerbate tensions. I want to pivot at this point back to something you mentioned up front with the national intelligence estimate that the NIC recently produced. It's worth noting that the intelligence community believes that climate change will increasingly exacerbate risks to U.S. national security interests because of the increasing physical impacts of climate. And those include increased and more frequent heat waves, increased and more frequent and longer droughts, increased flooding, increased sea level rise, and Arctic sea ice melt. And all of those things can lead to the potential for increased transnational, transboundary tensions. One issue I'll bring up also is the issue of migration. Where there is a lack of available resources, in particular water or water scarcity, that increases the likelihood of increased migration. And we're already seeing that now, both in Europe and the US, with migration due to economic issues or for conflict. And when you add the possibility of enhanced migration due to climate, it provides an additional stressor on already stressed international systems. And so that increases the possibility for an enhanced demand signal for U.S. aid or U.S. resources in terms of economic, diplomatic, military, or the humanitarian sphere.
That's a great description of how these things don't exist in isolation, how they're interconnected and they have impact on each other, you know, the challenges that we face. And Debbie, you talked about the value of geospatial perspective and understanding what's happening where and understanding these situations. It's visualizing data, right? But to visualize that data and to see the interconnectedness, you have to have data.
That's right.
Right? You have to have the data. Can you talk a little bit about biggest gaps right now in data availability on water resources and flood risk?
Sure. So water data is a particular area where we do have a lot of challenges quantifying both water resources and flood risk, because hydrologic data is difficult to get. It can be of poor quality, or it's just really not available in some places. And so this really sort of exacerbates some of that uncertainty we have in flood risk modeling and better understanding the distribution of water. A major challenge is also groundwater data, such as the water table and aquifer, like Dave was talking about earlier. And data about those are really outdated and just often not available. So recently we did sponsor a National Academies of Science workshop. You'll see here, this is one of the books that we had from that workshop, and it's available to the public. So we believe that this workshop and some of the findings from that will be helpful to addressing the issue. So another significant data gap that we do have is with sort of the hydrologic infrastructure writ large, things like dams and levees. Even in countries that can be quite data rich, like the United States, we can have issues with small scale hydrologic infrastructure data that are missing. It does present a major challenge when we're trying to do things like flood prediction, because infrastructure has a major influence on how floods behave. We do have gauging stations that are important data sources for flood models, again, in the US from many of our civil partners, but around the world from hydrologic institutions. And there are networks available in the United States across all of our river systems, but in other parts of the world, they usually don't have that data, or if they do, it's just very, very limited data.
When you're talking about flood risk and data availability and some of the challenges that we have, what are some of our improvements that you've seen in that realm, you know, adding to the data sources? Either one of you.
Sure. Well, to kind of, double down on what Debbie said, these are extremely complex problems. And so it's pretty vital that we rely on our partnerships to ensure that we have the most sophisticated models available and possible, and to draw on contributions from specifically the scientific community to do so. Accurate and up-to-date models are critical for advanced planning of flood issues, but also for pre-planning for avoiding disaster the next time that we have a water issue like a flood.
Yeah, it just strikes me that it's becoming easier and easier to sense and collect data, and part of the solution may just be raising awareness levels as to, hey, this data is of value if you can collect it, if you can make it available to a broader audience. You can have impact by being part of the solution, by being part of this community. What are some ways that NGA supports the U.S. government in monitoring global water resources to better inform its impact on regional stability?
So I can take that one. So we do provide a significant amount of both environmental data and population data that can be used as inputs to developing different types of models for things like water availability or any kind of sort of water-related natural disasters and floods and droughts that we need to delve into and study in more depth. We also develop analytic tools to improve the data going into those models, and to better incorporate the data into our analysis as well. So it's kind of a two-step system there. And some examples of that might be improving elevation models to conform to real topography and hydrography that can improve the models, estimating better water systems for crop irrigation, monitoring changes in lakes and lake surface water, and creating products that highlight water quality risks in surface water and different sorts of water sources that we have.
That's great, and thank you for that, and thank you both for joining me here today and your comments. Now let me close by just giving a shout out to all our great teammates all across the government, as well as our international partners and all of our teammates in academia and industry. I like to say that we not only have good friends, we have friends who are really good. And it's our privilege to be members of many awesome groups. For example, partnering with the Interagency Water Working Group run by the State Department. And it's definitely our honor to be able to engage with the AGS community. So thanks for the opportunity to be with you all virtually, and we hope to see you next year in person.
Thank you, Vice Admiral Sharp. It's always a pleasure to include you and NGA in Geography 2050. Thank you so much for being a great supporter of ours. And now we have a panel on climate change and global justice. Leading the discussion this afternoon, Dr. Kevon Riney.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the start of our session. My name is Kevon Riney, and I am an assistant professor of geography at Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And I have the privilege to moderate today's session. So greetings to all of our AGS viewers. The title of this session is Climate Change and Global Justice, which is quite timely given the recent release of the first installment of the IPCC AR6, the Sixth Assessment Report, and the upcoming staging of the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, also known as COP26. I think most persons would agree with me that climate change presents the single largest threat to human societies in the 21st century. And what is clear is that the effects of climate change mount. As the effects of climate change mount, so does the urgency to ensure equity while pursuing solutions. Inadequate action will mean more lives lost, worsening inequality, mass migration and displacement, and major economic disruptions. The main purpose of this roundtable is to discuss the geographic dimensions that produce uneven outcomes within the current and ongoing climate crisis, one that has seen marginalized communities fearing the worst, while also highlighting potential solutions that could bring about global justice. Specifically, the panel will explore questions pertaining to the key challenges and opportunities around efforts to connect climate change actions to global justice concerns. And to explore these questions with me today, I am joined by two esteemed panelists, Professor Harriet Bulkley and Professor Chukwuremije Okereke, both of whom are subject experts on issues related to climate change, sustainability, climate governance, and justice. So to start off, I'm going to give a brief introduction to our two panelists, and I will then pose an opening question, which they will both provide brief responses to before getting into our Q&A moderated session. Professor Bulkley undertook her PhD at the University of Cambridge in the UK and holds joint appointments as professor in the Department of Geography at Durham University in the United Kingdom and at the Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development at the Utrecht University in the Netherlands. Our research focuses on environmental governance and the politics of climate change, energy, nature, and sustainable cities, and has been included in the highly cited researchers list of the top 1% of researchers internationally 4 times since 2016. Professor Bulkley coordinated the H2020 Nature Vision project from 2016 to 2021, examining the role of urban innovation with nature-based solutions for sustainable development. She has undertaken commissioned research for the UK government, the European Commission, UN Habitat, the OECD, the World Bank, and numerous NGOs. In 2014, Harriet was awarded the King Carl XVI Gustafs Professorship in Environmental Science and a visiting professorship at Lund University in Sweden. And in 2018 was granted the Back Award by the Royal Geographical Society in recognition of the policy impact of our work on climate change. And in 2019, she was elected as a Fellow of the Academy of the Social Sciences and as a Fellow of the British Academy. Professor Chukwuemeka Okereke is the Director of the Center for Climate Change and Development at the Alex Ekwueme Federal University in Ndufu Alike, located in Nigeria, and a visiting professor at the Universities of Reading and Oxford in the UK. He's also a globally recognized leading scholar on global climate governance and international development, with expertise in climate justice, national green growth transition in Africa, climate adaptation, and business climate strategies. Professor Okereke was previously the co-director of the Center for Climate and Justice at the Reading University. He was also director of the Center for Climate Change and Development at the Smith School of Enterprise and Environment at the University of Oxford. He is the coordinating lead author of the UN's IPCC 6 assessment report, and he has served as lead author on other major global scientific assessment projects, including the IPCC Special Report on 1.5 degree global warming and the 5th assessment report of the IPCC. He has also served as lead author for the United Nations Environment Programme's Urbanization, Biodiversity, and Ecosystem Services Assessment. So colleagues, welcome. I'm so glad you could join me today in discussing this very important topic. So let me start off by asking you this opening question. In your opinion, why should climate change be considered a justice issue?
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks for having us today and for that really nice and kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to be with you all. Yeah, I mean, it's a big question, isn't it? It's a big question to answer in a couple of minutes. I almost, I'm a social scientist, I'm a geographer. I'd like to ask the other question, why should it not be considered a justice issue? But maybe we'll leave that for now. But I think, really fundamentally, the issue is that those who cause the most harm are not going to be those who experience the most harm, right? And at that very fundamental level, that means that it's a justice issue. But I think, we focus a lot then on the distributions of risks and rights and responsibilities, and so we should. But at the same time, it's almost a sort of level deeper of a justice issue than that, because it's about the capacities that communities, that individuals, that societies of different scales, whether they're countries or regions or cities. It's their capacities to address those uneven geographies of the risks and benefits of climate change. And those capacities are shaped historically by unequal political, economic, and social relations, right? So they're not something that's just come about with climate change. Climate change happens on an already uneven landscape. And fundamentally, those uneven landscapes shape what it is that we can do about climate change. Just one final thing that I suppose, I mean, all of that does keep me up at night sometimes, but I also, with work growing number of colleagues are doing globally has shown me something that I've learned in the last few years, is that we really also have to be aware of the ways in which responding to climate change can also lead to injustices for some. So we might feel like we're doing the right thing by responding to climate change, but that might lead us, if we don't put justice central, it might lead us to have unjust outcomes while we're doing that.
Thanks so much for that, Harriet. I'm going to pass over to Chuck.
First of all, Kevin, thank you for that introduction. And for me, it's really an honor and pleasure to be in the same space with distinguished Professor Harriet Buckley talking about this issue. I'm going to frame my answer in terms of what I call 3 asymmetries. Okay, basically repeating a lot of what Harriet already said. But the interconnection between climate and justice reside, in my view, in 3 asymmetries. Number 1 is asymmetry in contribution or responsibility. So there is unequal or unevenness in terms of the contribution that wealthy people versus poor people, wealthy countries versus poor countries make to climate change, okay? And the second asymmetry is asymmetry in impact. So poor people in all manner of geographies, whether in rich or poor countries, tend to suffer disproportionately from the impact of climate change, okay? In the US, for example, you see that it's the people of color, okay, that will most likely bear the greatest brunt of climate change. Migrants, for example, have been reported to die more from heat stress than rich people, okay? When flooding occurs, it will be those who are, marginalized people, vulnerable people that are more likely to be impacted by that. The same applies if you're looking at it from an international perspective. You see again that is usually the poor countries that will suffer disproportionately from the impact of climate change. You see, Netherlands and Bangladesh have broadly similar geography, and yet Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world, and that is because of poverty-related issues. The third asymmetry, which actually Harriet also highlighted, is what we call asymmetry in the voice, ability to decide, which is again that when it comes to thinking about or working out solutions to climate change, everybody don't have the same amount of voice. And it so happens that it is those who have contributed the least to climate change and who suffer the greatest from the impact of climate change that often have the least voice. They're not able to be represented in or around the table where decisions about potential solutions are agreed. Again, this applies at the national level, at the international level, and at the global level. And there's another big point that Harriet made, which I think bears emphasis, which is that these 3-dimensional asymmetries that I've indicated actually works quite closely and are intertwined with broader political, socioeconomic dimensions of injustice. So what you have is a cocktail of injustice that characterizes climate governance regimes. And so the question really, as Harriet indicated, is not why should justice be part of it? Why shouldn't justice be central to the question of climate governance? Thank you.
Oh, thank you both. Those are great comments, very thoughtful and very insightful. I guess for me, so I like the framing, Chuck, in terms of thinking about asymmetries, in terms of capacity, vulnerability. And so I'm thinking of the idea of common but differential responsibility, right? And I think this ties in perfectly into the next question, which is, if the first one was a big question, then this is also another big question for the both of you. And maybe you could go this time, Chuck. And the question is, then given the cocktail of problems that we have, as you rightfully pointed out, and given the kind of complexity with this, what have been the main challenges then in connecting climate change policies and actions with global justice concerns?
Oh, one word, power. You see, it so happens, as Harriet and myself have tried to indicate in a response to your first question, that those who have historically contributed to climate change and continues to benefit disproportionately from climate pollution continues to be the people that are, in positions of power. And it is not in the interest of these actors to bring questions of justice to the center of discussions about climate governance. And although, if you go back to 1992, when the international climate regime was negotiated, although questions of justice, in my view, were actually at the front burner and pose serious challenges to what kind of regime will be agreed. You see, there has been a systematic attempt to erode and marginalize justice concerns because, as I said, those that are supposed to be speaking for justice are often not around the table. So this is the biggest issue. And in my view, that applies to even when you're talking about climate justice in national context, for example, in the United States. I am aware that the President Joe Biden has made climate justice a key part of his his mandate in terms of tackling climate change. But even if you go back to the root of climate justice, it's always from the disproportional citation of wisdom in Black communities and other people of color. Why? Because of the absence or inability or the challenges that poor people have to be able to amplify and represent themselves. So power, in my view, is the biggest limitation for justice. And also, I think that there's something that I noticed, especially in the IPCC and intellectual circles, where people just don't connect with certain questions because they don't feel it. It's not their life or lived experience. So I often used to think that it's just that people are kind of deliberately ignoring what I think, it's my lived experience that I feel on a daily basis. But I've come to realize that there are people who are genuinely concerned about climate change, but find a struggle to connect with the justice dimension because this is not their lived experience. So I was actually pushing that we should have COP in Nigeria or IPCC so that I can take people around and show them and shock them and give some kind of emotional shock, because sometimes intellectual discussions don't quite catch on to people. So these are the two key blockades that I see.
Okay, thank you so much, Chuck. Harriet, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, Chuck, that was really interesting. I think it's going to be Sharm el-Sheikh, isn't it, that the next COP's going to go to, which I don't think is going to help with your cause, which would be terrible. But yeah, I mean, I think that power certainly, and Chuck's put all of that so well. But I think, and the framing, the experience, the way the issue of climate change has been thought about is also really important. And the lived experience side is something that I hadn't thought about before. That was fascinating. But I think we can see over the last 3 decades or so that climate change has been really framed as a primarily technical issue, right? It's been framed first and foremost about science. And then when everybody got sort of tired and that room was a bit boring, right? Then it became framed as one about basically economic optimism. So it became, during the 2000s, we started to kind of feel that, can you do this? Yes, you can kind of rhetoric that, we can address climate change. We have the solutions, and we often, here we have the solutions to the climate problem. And there's a huge amount of focus on technical innovation as a means through which to address climate change, right? And there's loads of hype at the moment about hydrogen or whether it's nature-based solutions. But, and those, sure, we need to have those conversations, but framed only as technical solutions. They're framed in this kind of optimistic side that we can all get everything that we want. So that we don't have to talk about the justice side of things, because if everything is going to be much, much better in the future, then justice isn't really a problem. So I think that sort of optimistic technical framing that in some sense has been critical to the politics of climate change, because it has brought on board a whole set of actors who, when you just said everything is really, really bad and it's terrible and there's a problem here, we need to deal with it, they didn't want to listen. So there's a balance to be made between having a kind of, yes, the solutions are there, and also providing obviously hope to people that they can do something about it. But I think sometimes it goes so far into this sort of technical, optimistic language and approach that the questions of justice, even that those technological solutions raise, just gets missed, right?
Right. And those are very important thoughts. So I guess to even think about and mull over a bit. I was just listening to the two of you. I'm also very much cognizant of the urgency that the current climate crisis presents. And just reading the summary for policymakers for Working Group 1 report for the AR6, it seemed as if we are running out of time. And it seems as if the urgency to solve the problem is somehow pushing us more and more to kind of think about coming up with technological solutions that, as you rightfully pointed out, Harriet, could be overlooking some of the kind of underlying structural issues that could make the experiences of vulnerable communities worse over time. So I guess for me then, the question I have for the both of you is, having noted and you've done a great job in terms of explaining to us the challenges. What are the solutions? How might we work together as a global community more effectively to address the current climate emergency without deepening underlying inequalities? Another big question, I guess.
Yeah, well, I can I'll take a first stab at it. And I mean, there are only big questions here, right? And that's what we have to face. I think, yeah, I mean, I'm interested by this idea that technological solutions often get portrayed as being something that allow us to deal with things urgently and allow us to deal with things fast. But actually, further from the truth, really. I mean, I hear that the UK government is likely to propose a new nuclear power station as part of its approach to the COP26 meeting and its low carbon strategy. I mean, building a nuclear power station isn't really a quick thing to do, right? I mean, it does take a few decades to get it online. Whereas, insulating homes across the UK, across Europe and elsewhere where people are living in poverty and in cold houses, to reduce their fuel bills and reduce the amount of energy that we're wasting just going straight through people's walls and roofs, would be a lot quicker. It's more complicated. And it's not big and shiny, and you can't sort of cut a ribbon and sign it off, right? It's kind of difficult and quite boring. But there's lots of those sort of small, mundane ways in which we can take a step towards justice every day. And I think for me, that's the thing. I mean, we have to make the political claims about justice, but we have to act with sort of the practical action, the kind of practicality, the mentality that, every day helping, communities and individuals out of poverty and addressing climate change matters to them. Every single moment, every single part of their budget we can save. We can start doing that right away. We don't have to kind of wait for the big shiny technologies and the new announcements. But yeah, that's my kind of, yeah. So I mean, I'm a big believer in what cities can do here, because I do think city level politics is often very practical. They often have a very, there's a very kind of visceral feeling to the city when it's not working. There's lots of political complaints and contestation, and it's a place where you can struggle over justice and get good outcomes.
Thank you so much. Practicality is central, right? Thinking about not just the big technological fixes, but fixes that might be small scale, but might actually be far more effective. Thank you so much for that. Chuck, do you want to jump in?
I very much like Harriet's approach and emphasis on practicality. And in some of her work, she also has spoken or written eloquently about experimentation. But I like to move from practicality to ideas and ideation. I think we are facing, as you rightly indicated, a big challenge. So we need big ideas. And globally, we need to embrace the idea of global citizenship. We need to embrace the idea of global solidarity. We need to embrace the idea of global justice. You know, we live in a world that has become increasingly fragmented, where multilateralism has been, you know, severely challenged. And of course, I have to say here that your country, the United States, has contributed to this fragmentation and the challenge that multilateralism has faced in the past 6 years or so. What we need to emphasize, and I think that the case of, you know, we have in Afghanistan demonstrated that we have to work with greater amount of respect for all countries, different cultures, different approaches to doing things. We have to recognize, as you said in your second question, the idea of commonality but differentiation. We need to empower trust as a critical ingredient in international cooperation. Now, with these kind of intangible, but in my view, very useful and powerful assets in place, the idea then, we now will create a space to begin to work effectively together to solve this problem. We need to understand that no one is safe until everybody is safe. You know, if Harriet and I was, I think earlier this year in a different panel, when somebody was saying that this is purely technological innovation problem, you get a solution and it trickles down. And this kind of, and actually in that forum, somebody was arguing that we shouldn't see climate change as a collective action problem. It is something, it's national, and people can do whatever they like, you know, invest in technology and hope that it trickles down. This sort of framing, whilst it might encourage some technological innovation at home and where you guys are capable, it dampens the spirit of solidarity and trust, which I think is necessary to put together to tackle this problem. So how might we work together? I've already told you about the importance of big ideas. I also see transnational alliances taking root. Harriet has written eloquently about these things. I see the need for greater solidarity among non-nation state actors, because sometimes these are areas where you can, people can speak in one accord and then join forces to push governments both in the north and in the south to act less on the basis of profit maximization, but more on the basis of human dignity and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And I think the question then, because earlier, Chuck, you mentioned that sometimes academic debates and discourses can carry us so far. But I'm still wondering, especially for the community of folks listening in on this session, who might be geoscientists, budding social scientists, physical geographers, what are your thoughts on the role that science can play in guiding and fostering climate change policies and actions that benefits everyone? What role can geography in particular, and geographic science or geographic research play in moving towards a more kind of just world?
So a crucial role, in my view. You remember I spoke a little bit about the lived experience. We need to accept that science is not value-free. I mean, there's a lot you can do to try and become objective, but fundamentally, science is not value-free. The way you frame your question, the question you think is important, and how you frame it, how you go about researching it, you carry a little bit of your value into it. I mean, we used to think in the IPCC cycle that is all about objective science and review, but increasingly work has been done to show that this is absolutely not the case. There is a need for us to be cognizant of this as we frame our research. There are many questions that still are unanswered. I mean, there is a rush to net zero world now by 2050. Fantastic idea. But and when you hear people, they translate this net zero target, which was valorized a bit by IPCC 1.5 report, of which I was a lead author, to the idea that now all communities, all cities, all nations have to go to net zero by 2050. And that does injustice to other parts of the same report, which says that consideration of justice and equity is central to ensure that those who are disproportionately affected by climate change are protected. And that, as Harriet was saying, I hope, but when you are talking about net zero world, in a way that kind of abstracts from the fact that certain historical pollutions have constrained the carbon space within which this net zero development have to occur, then you do a lot of injustice to the people who are struggling to find food on the table. I'm releasing an op-ed maybe tomorrow, so that's calls not only for net zero carbon, but also net zero hunger and net zero poverty, because these three have to go together. And I'm tying my argument to the sort of panic I have seen in the UK as a result of increase in gas prices and gas scarcity, where people suddenly that supported climate action suddenly are beginning to think, oh, wow, hang on, maybe it's not as important where the fuel is coming from as having my home heated. But this is the kind of thing that we have been talking about for many, many years. And this seems kind of underappreciated, or it flies over some of my friends' head, because again, they've not been part of, this is not their everyday experience. So geography needs to understand that, people don't feel this thing the same way and begin to frame questions that reflect the wider variety or diversity of lived experience of people in tackling climate change.
Mm.
Thanks so much, Chuck. And Harriet, this should be close to your heart as a trained geographer as
yeah,
well.
absolutely. I'm fully signed up to trained geographer at the moment, and hoping that my daughters also want to do geography as well. Although I try not to hope that too much, because that obviously will put them off. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that has always appealed to me about geography is its interdisciplinary nature, or I rather like to think of it as a rather undisciplined discipline. I mean, we don't really know where the edges are of geography, right? We're quite happy to kind of bring everybody who wants to be part of a conversation together. And that's what we need here. We need, as Chuck said, we need to be aware that our own lived experience is not that of the majority world in which we're trying to engage and where we're trying to make a difference. We have to be making space for those other voices. We need to take account of other people's knowledge. We need to engage with it on more equal grounds than we have done in the past, right? So we have to make space within our discipline for a kind of multi, Chuck said this before right at the beginning, that there's an asymmetry in the voice that people have to bring forward. And geography as an interdisciplinary subject, which has been used to hearing perspectives across science, social science, engineering, biological sciences, from conservation biologists through to people who are actually living with these challenging times on the ground. We're really well placed to make a space for multiple voices. We really are. And I think we also then need to always recognize the limits of our own knowledge in this regard. I mean, social science is also not going to have all of the answers to climate change, much as sometimes I wish it would do. We need to be, we need to know where our own position is coming from, understand its limits, and make space for voices of others and those conversations. And I think geographers can do that. I'm convinced of it. So,
thank you both so much. I think we're heading to the end of our session, and I want to give you both the space to share a thought or share a key message with the audience. If they were to, the one thing or two things you'd want them to think about as we end this session, what would those be? What would be your key message to our audience? And I don't know, Harriet, if you want to
Sure, I can go. Yeah, I can go first. I'll leave Chuck's to the last word because he's been doing so much of this great work with the IPCC on it, and can't wait to read the op-ed and indeed the next edition of the IPCC report. But I think what I would leave people with, knowing that climate justice is about the distribution. It is about who's bearing the costs and who's been getting the benefits. We can't fix that distribution without also looking at these underlying inequalities as well. And climate change can't be all of the answer. You know, we can't find all of the answers in the responses that we give to climate change to those underlying inequalities, but we can find some of them, and that means we have to.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly same here. Climate change offers us, a lot of challenges, but also some opportunities to tackle not just the environmental challenges implicated in climate change, but also the fundamental political, economic, social injustice, which will be exacerbated if we don't take a justice approach. And remember what Goro Haram Brundtland said, I think in 1987, that it is futile to think that we can achieve global sustainable development without tackling the underlying issues of inequality and global poverty.
Thank you both for those very thoughtful and insightful comments. I'm sure the audience is going to benefit immensely from the thoughts and ideas you've both shared. So thank you to both Chuck and Harriet. Thanks again to the organizers for the conference. Geography 2050, I think that's the kind of headline for this year's AGS conference. So thanks to the conference organizers and to the technical team for making today's session possible. It was an absolute pleasure serving as moderator, and I'm extremely humbled to be in conversation with Chuck and Harriet, and wishing everybody a great day wherever you are listening to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for excellent moderation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Chuck, for a great conversation.
Great. Cheers. Cheers.
Yes. Bye now.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Riney, Dr. Buckley, and Professor Okiriki. And now we have a special lightning talk from one of our APHG teachers, Ms. Celeste Reynolds. She's a teacher at the Mashpee High School on Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and we're very eager to hear from her today. Celeste?
Maps give us a lot of information about a place and the people living there. In the past 20 years, there has been a surge of participatory mapping initiatives around the world, and one of them is OpenStreetMap. Several years ago, I was attending the AGS conference as a teacher fellow where I learned about OpenStreetMap. As I learned more about how OSM mapping projects could be used to solve real-world problems while developing my students' skills where they can apply content learned in the classroom to helping others, I knew I had to introduce my students to the world of OSM.
Fortunately, I was one of the students who learned about OSM in the AP Human Geography classroom when we were learning about refugees in Syria. After learning about the difficult life refugees face in camps, Mrs. Reynolds showed us how OSM could help the refugees, and we began to map the next day in class. We continued to do mapping projects like that all year, as well as other mapping projects, such as a mapathon, and it was really cool how what we were learning in class, we were able to do mapping that would help improve the lives of the people we were learning about, like the Syrian refugees. We students saw the benefits of participatory mapping and making a positive impact using OSM. During my sophomore and junior year, the pandemic prevented me, as well as my classmates, from participating in any service learning. This is when we remembered doing mapping in our AP Human Geography class during our freshman year, and how we were able to help others from our computers. We asked Mrs. Reynolds to help us organize regular mapathons where we could map together. Our school partnered with another school in Mesquite, Texas, and we began to Zoom with each other mapping projects that needed volunteer mappers. This launched a new initiative called OSM Teen Maptivists, a student organization for high school students to learn about OSM and how they can help others through mapping.
Each month, Teen Maptivists host map-alongs or mapathons for high school students to join. Map-alongs provide students an opportunity to hear from professionals who use OSM in their line of work and begin to understand how OSM helps others. In addition, students are shown how to sign up for an account and given basic instructions on how to map.
OSM allows students to see the inequities of the world through missing data and how vulnerable people are if their community is not mapped. Maps tell people where things are located, rivers, mountains, deserts, as well as where people live. However, when things are not mapped, then we are not informed about the people or the land in this area. What I learned the most is that when people are not mapped, they become susceptible to natural disasters, war, disease, and hunger. If others do not know there are people living in a location, they cannot be included in decisions that might help protect them or provide them with resources that could help them survive. So mapping is important because those who are not mapped are defenseless and at an automatic disadvantage.
Participatory mapping is a starting point to include everyone in important decisions that impact their community. However, we also want all students to have access to participate to help others in their community. Introducing high school students to mapping in OSM allows them to see how they can be included in the mapping process, which ultimately reveals their voices in the map.
If all students can participate in a local community mapping project, they can help influence what is seen on the map and influence decisions made in that region. Having a diverse group of individuals from a community, such as women, youth, and impoverished individuals who tend to be excluded from the mapping process, helps to make maps that represent everyone. Building an inclusive community of mappers, as well as those who need their communities mapped, is a goal to help build stronger communities.
After 5 map-alongs, Teen Maptivists has had over 100 mappers and educators from 11 different states in Canada. Teen Maptivists' goals is to encourage more students to get involved and start a chapter at their high school. This year, the American Geographical Society is offering GeoBoost grants to encourage students and teachers to start a chapter at their school.
We want to create a strong network of high school mappers who believe that in a click of a button, they can make a positive change in the world for all global citizens. If you are a teacher or student, please visit our website and join us for our next event. And for all the geography professionals out there, we would love for you to join us as a guest mapper at one of our events. Teen Maptivists hope to build better and stronger communities that are inclusive and equitable for all, because we are all in this together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. On behalf of everybody at AGS, it is really a pleasure to work with you and all of the other teachers from across the country who teach AP Human Geography. You guys are wonderful. And now we have another lightning talk, Place Names Supporting a More Equitable Future, with Mr. Rafi Bentley. Rafi?
Hi, my name is Rafe Bentley. I'm team leader with Geographic Names Victoria, part of Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning. I've come today to talk to you about place names and supporting an equitable future, and how place names perhaps prevent a barrier to an equitable future. So before I begin, I just thought I'd give you an idea of where Victoria is. I work for the state of Victoria. The map that you can see at the moment is Geoscience Australia. That's our national mapping agency. Victoria is down here in the Pacific Southwest. Victoria is approximately 91,000 square miles. It's about the size of the United Kingdom, or a little smaller than the US state of California. Victoria's population is drawn from some 160 different nationalities and numbers over 5 million. The image you can see on the screen now is Vic Names, our register of geographic names, which includes around 250,000 roads and place names. So geographical names are labels and descriptions of the places we inhabit, the streets we live on, features we pass, parks and reserves we spend time in, the leisure centres and recreation facilities where we exercise. Place names help us to identify important historical and cultural significant locations and features. They commemorate and acknowledge our past. They help us define ourselves and our place within society. They provide our community with a reference point for what makes us unique. Without appropriate processes and procedures in place to name places, emergency services wouldn't be able to operate efficiently, and we would not get our mail, and we might end up with 7 towns all commemorating the same person. So these are some examples here of how we're ensuring equitable future through place naming. Lala Bagawa Park means stones and mountains in Jagarong language. Warrior Woman Lane recognises a traditional owner, Aboriginal rights activist. Budge Bim means high head, UNESCO World Heritage Site, named using Gundit Miring language in the southwest of Victoria. And Melbourne, the capital city of the state of Victoria, named after a UK Prime Minister. And an example from Texas, inappropriately named lake was renamed to Lake Henry Doyle. So we can clearly see that names change sometimes to ensure equitable future. So I'm aware of in the US, the Reconciliation in Place Names Act, which aims to rename public spaces with offensive names. That came out in 2020, so it'll be interesting to see how that gets developed. We're aware that women around the world are underrepresented, and certainly so here in Victoria. With the release of the Gender Equality Act 2020 and engagement with community groups, Geographical Names Victoria has considered how we can remove barriers to ensure an equitable future through acknowledgement of women in the naming of places. We've also made amendments to Vic Names, the Register of Geographic Names, to enable classification of places with gender and, where relevant, whether a place is named in a traditional owner language. This will enable reporting into the future. In addition, amendments have been made to the naming rules to better support and encourage the use of traditional owner languages and specific principles relating to gender equality and equity. And an update to the principle regarding offensive and derogatory names. We're actually in the process of reviewing those naming rules as we speak. Globally, the global Black Lives Matters protests have seen some communities wanting to rename places within Victoria. Naming rules provide the process to support communities to advocate for changes in names. For example, in Victoria, there are places named after colonial settlers who, in reviewing their history, are no longer held in high regard by the community. Other names are considered offensive and derogatory, such as places named using the term Jim Crow. There are active campaigns to see such places renamed. One overarching principle of our naming rules is that names need to be enduring and should only be changed for reasons that relate to public safety or if names are considered derogatory. This kind of feeds into the US Reconciliation in Place Names Act. So yeah, we'll be watching that closely. Place naming supports the Sustainable Development Goals, as standardized names of places and roads are required for delivery and effective reporting of the majority of the SDGs. Through place naming, in compiling a naming proposal, naming authorities are encouraged to indicate how individual naming proposals align with a particular SDG. For example, Goal 5, gender equality, and Goal 10, reduced inequalities. I would see this as a way to remove barriers to enable commemoration of women and allow diversity in the naming of places. Hopefully I've given you a brief snapshot into barriers that prevent an equitable future and how we can remove some of those barriers through place naming. Our work in supporting an equitable future and removing barriers would not be possible without comprehensive naming rules. In looking to increase the number of places named after women and removing offensive names, it is critical that we collaborate and engage our communities, together with setting expectations and being flexible. We need to ensure communities understand the importance and meaning of a name to provide a strong link to place, preserving culture and preserving culture and removing barriers to enable an equitable future. I hope you've enjoyed my presentation. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Rafi. And now our final lightning talk of the day: Does skill make us human? Migrant workers in the 21st century, Qatar and beyond, with Dr. Iskander. Dr. Iskander, looking forward to your remarks.
Does skill make us human? Is skill another word for freedom? What are the political consequences of defining some people as skilled and some people as unskilled? My book explores these questions by looking at the experience of migrant workers in Qatar's booming construction industry in the lead up to the 2022 World Cup. We think of skill as an objective measure of ability, but in Qatar, the political classification of workers as unskilled was used to limit their freedom, to narrow their political rights, and even to deny them access to imagination and desire. Ultimately, the label unskilled was used to cast doubt on the full political personhood of workers and to call into question their capacity for, and therefore their right to, freedom. I started this project shortly after Qatar was awarded the 2022 FIFA World Cup hosting rights. Qatar began the massive construction required for the Games almost immediately, funneling hundreds of billions of dollars to reinvent itself as a global destination for sports and culture. This drew a lot of scrutiny from human rights and labor organizations to the working conditions of the migrants building those buildings. Reports documented an array of labor abuses, from wage theft to abysmal living conditions in labor camps to injury and death. The international press ran headlines about World Cup slaves. Much of the coverage attributed the extreme labor violations to the legal framework called the kafala system, which legally bound all migrant workers to their employers. But all foreign workers were covered by the same rules, regardless of wage, occupation, or national origin. Certainly professionals, doctors, executive, hotel managers, etc., were not experiencing the same kinds of labor violations. So what was producing the extreme exploitation that construction workers faced? I began a multi-year project that included research in 5 countries in 8 languages. I interviewed a broad array of actors, from government to industry leaders to workers, and I spent hundreds of hours on Qatari construction sites shadowing workers. Qatari construction is at the global cutting edge. Anyone who has seen the remarkable renderings and now photos of the World Cup stadia can see how ambitious and innovative the projects are. What's less visible is how incredibly complex and challenging these buildings are to build. They require extremely advanced construction technology and very advanced construction skill. But the migrants recruited arrive with minimal construction experience, if any. So companies have to invest heavily in training their workforces. Every aspect of every process on the project site is designed to promote on-the-job learning. The construction sites function as vast training systems through which thousands and thousands of men develop specialized construction skill. Companies live and die based on how well they are able to train their workers. But when I asked the managers and supervisors about their workers, they all described them as unskilled They described their master scaffolders, their expert welders, their precision cladders, and many others as unskilled, unproductive, and poor quality. It became clear to me that skill meant something other than ability. Managers and supervisors were referring to a political category. Unskilled was a subordinate political status through which those migrants described as unskilled were dehumanized and described as not having the full capacity for freedom. Their exploitation was made to seem inconsequential and unavoidable. As I began examining skill not as a measure of ability, but rather as a political category, it became clear to me how the politics of skill shaped all aspects of social and political life in Qatar. The book examines these facets one by one, from law to urban planning to climate change. In the conclusion, I point to the way that the politics of skill, which are so visible in Qatar, also structure many other national and transnational contexts.
Thank you, Dr. Iskander. And now to end our day, we're going to have a conversation with Dr. Laura Polito. Dr. Polito will be awarded the Cullum Medal this coming Thursday, and she will be interviewed by Dr. Alec Murphy. He is the Senior Vice President of AGS and a professor at Oregon. Alec?
My name is Alec Murphy. I'm on the geography faculty at the University of Oregon, and I'm Senior Vice President of the American Geographical Society. And I'm here with my University of Oregon colleague, Laura Polito, on the occasion of her receipt of the Cullum Medal, one of the American Geographical Society's most prestigious medals. First, just congratulations, Laura. It's just great.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the recognition and all the work of the people who made this happen.
So, the Cullum Medal goes back to 1896, and it was a medal that was founded at the time to honor contributions to geographic exploration and discovery. Obviously, what geographic exploration and discovery meant in 1896 is different from what it means today, but the work you've done in environmental justice and focusing attention on how geographical circumstances reflect and shape inequality, particularly racial inequality, is path-breaking. It's exploration in the sense that it helps us understand the world in which we live. And it kind of seems particularly appropriate that you're receiving this medal at this year's Geography 2050 conference, given that the theme of the conference itself is inequality. So I wonder if we could just start our conversation today by your reflecting a little bit on just how you see inequality relating to the work you've done, how foundational that concept is to your work.
Thanks. I really hear you when you talk about how much exploration has changed, you know, over the time of this award. And in some ways, I still like to do old-fashioned field work also, which is exploring places that are well known, but with a different kind of lens. So anyway, to answer your question, the centrality of equality to my work. So, you know, I grew up in a time, I was born in 1962, and during that time, you know, the term Mexican was considered pejorative, right? It was considered to be an insult. And so very early on, I understood that as a kid, and I was like, really, why is that the case, right? I wanted to understand why me, my family, and people in that way, we were looked down upon, right, by the larger white society. And so that was always a question burning in my heart. And so I brought that kind of consciousness and set of concerns to the classroom when I first became, my first geography class was at a community college as a California geography class. And I was just, wow, I was kind of just really taken by the topics we discussed. But for me, there was always like, they were not really foregrounding questions of inequality and justice. And so I knew, like, how am I going to bring my agenda to this larger discipline of geography? And so I always came in with that kind of orientation. And my first, I think, first kind of decades of my scholarship was all about, of course, environmental justice. And that really started with the question, like, first, nobody had studied different communities of color for the most part and what their environmental experiences were. So that was just part of the agenda. But then as the concept of environmental justice evolved and developed, I was very committed to understanding why do these inequalities exist? How do we get this kind of landscape? What the different kinds of the political, economic, social factors that created those things? And I was not so interested necessarily in what are the solutions, I confess, but really interested in why, and also interested in how do we talk about it? Because what I saw was huge amounts of denial on the part of social scientists, including some geographers, as well as policymakers, like, no, there's no problem. There's all kinds of rationalizations and forms of denial about racial inequality. So that kind of obsessed me for a very long period of time.
Were there some seminal works that you were inspired by, or that you talked about, of course, your community college experience, and then going on from there, obviously you pursued work in geography, and I'm sure that just the teaching of classes made you think about some of these inequality work issues. But was there some line of scholarship that you thought, oh, this is particularly exciting, and I want to try to sort of follow in this line, or did you see yourself just kind of breaking into brand new territory?
That's a good question. A little bit of both, So I wrote my dissertation in the late 1980s, just as the concept of environmental justice was developing. So it was very easy to master the literature at that point in time because it was so small. It's certainly not the case today. So in some ways, I did draw on, a couple of key works, but really, I was mostly trying to piece it together from other disciplines. So I was working very heavily drawing heavily on social movement literature, like from sociology. I was, of course, doing lots of work in Chicano studies. Also, kind of history. I was always very drawn to history to try to explain the present. You're well aware of that in your own work. So those were the things from outside of geography. Within geography, I was looking at all these other kinds of studies and analyses and thinking to myself, well, why aren't they foregrounding these questions about race and equality? They're interesting questions, they're important issues, we all need to be paying attention to them, but there was very limited attention, I think, on the part of geography, initially, very, very early on.
Yeah, that's really interesting to think back on how you're thinking about all these issues developed and evolved. I think there's no surprise that, of course, you were getting a lot of insights from other disciplines, but of course what you brought also was this sense of how things are on the ground, that sort of geographical sensibility that I think was so key. It was grafting those things together that was kind of so key in launching you in the direction that you ended up taking, and really being such an influential figure that in the whole world of socio-spatial inequality and environmental justice.
I think that is true. I don't want to, other social scientists do this too. Don't want to claim, new ground there. But I did do, lots of field work, participant observation, ethnographic research, historical archival research to try to understand very specific kind of situations, why they exist, and then what can we extrapolate from them also in terms of potentially larger, different kinds of contexts and different kinds of scenarios. One of the things that I think that has made my work powerful, if I can say that, is in fact the degree to which I do draw on other disciplines and I bring that to geography. I know I have historically done that, but that was, I don't think that's, it was a particular moment in time in geography when geographers were not necessarily innovating and theorizing around questions about race. So they were doing some definitely important work and empirical studies, but the theory at that time was all coming from other disciplines. And I really also carried on that tradition. And in particular, I brought in ethnic studies, which again, there have been very tenuous links between ethnic studies and geography. And I don't think that's the case anymore now, right? We get the rise of Black geography, specialty group, Latinx, really tremendous resurgence in terms of Native studies. And so I think we're seeing a whole another levels of innovation and theorization and knowledge production within geography that did not previously exist. But that's been a long time coming.
If you were to identify just one or two projects that you've been involved with that you feel most passionately about, or that you feel are most important, which wouldn't necessarily be the most cited ones, they might be, but I wonder what those might be.
Well, the first one that comes to mind would be A People's Guide to Los Angeles. I spent well over a decade on that. And if you don't know, the People's Guide, it's a radical tour guide that highlights sites of racial, class, gender, and environmental struggle in LA County's history and landscape. And that one meant a lot to me for a number of different reasons. Prior to that, most of my work in geography had been around environmental justice, as well as looking at social movements and political activism. And this was really grappling with questions of place and landscape. And, you know, I went to graduate school at UCLA Urban Planning, and Ed Soja was on my committee. And he was always pushing me to grapple more with space, right? And I just wasn't, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I was really focused on environmental stuff, issues. And so I feel like Ed's presence in some ways in that, his pushing and nodding, you know, all those years. And I feel that it had, it's part of a wave, I think, of popular education projects focused on cities and power, right? And kind of, you know, counter-hegemonic narratives and analyses. So I think I'm really proud of it. I think it's really good. It took a lot of time. It was a labor of love. And, you know, we have a book series now, a People's Guide book series with the University of California Press. Yeah, absolutely. And we have books out on San Francisco, in Boston, Orange County, New York coming out this year, New Orleans. So we have books in the pipeline, and I'm really proud of that, because I feel that's a way to connect with non-academics, right, which I think is enormously important, enormously important.
It's great to hear you mention Ed Soja, because he was an important early influence from afar, in my case, on my work. His writings on territory and territoriality actually figured into my early political geography work. So it's great to be reminded of that. So you mentioned a few minutes ago that you were driven by these why questions, maybe a little less than solutions. But of course, we all want to think about solutions a little bit, and we all want to think about ways of addressing the inequality problems we face, how to create and forge a more equitable future. And I wonder how your thinking about solutions might have evolved a little bit, or what you see as some of the things that we can do now to try to pave the way towards a more equitable future, large or small. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I do think about it a little bit. Yes, I think about it a lot, actually, because my students always ask me that, right? They want to know what they can do. And one of the first things I tell people is that we all need to, some of us more than others, we need to work on understanding and challenging white nationalism. I think that white nationalism in the United States, and perhaps other countries as well, but I'm very much of an Americanist in that way in my studies, I think it is a very powerful and damaging force for this country and the world. And that's, of course, because of our global status. We have implications. And I think white nationalism, it may be targeted at certain things, but it is so expansive and forceful, it spills over, and it impacts things that are seemingly unrelated to it, just because of the power and the energy and the fierceness that it has. And so I think and we can see this for terms I've been doing work around climate and thinking about climate change and how white nationalism impacts our inability or refusal to respond in a meaningful way. We see it right now in terms of the pushback against acknowledging the truth of this country in terms of its historical origins and the centrality of racial violence and white supremacy in the production of the United States. And, you know, it's leading to we have militias out here in Eastern Oregon. I mean, it's a very powerful kinds of force that we're talking about. So I think this is incumbent on us first to understand it, and to find ways to address it. And you know, part of it, I'm increasingly thinking it has to be like empathy. There's got to be a little bit of empathy in there for understanding the other person's point of view, so we can begin to move forward in a meaningful kind of way. And I think it's especially incumbent upon white people to take on that work, as they have more kind of safe space to operate under, and they may be more listened to, right, compared to other people who are at least visibly, you know, non-white. So I think that's a huge thing to do. But that also, of course, should be addressed at a policy level, right? It should be addressed in a political arena, but also that's the everyday work that all of us, I think, have to do.
And it seems clear when you talk about white nationalism, you're not just talking about the overt white nationalism of folks walking in protests and holding up signs. You're talking about the kind of implicit, unexamined even, ways that some people move through the world without actually thinking about how ideas that they haven't examined actually reflect in some ways a kind of white nationalist view of the world.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I'm not talking about just the people at Charlottesville in 2017. Right. Not at all, not at all. Right, it's, you know, there's some really good work coming particularly out of political science that talks about the, you know, the pervasiveness, and it's probably at least a third of the US population. So it's a very large percentage which embrace some of these values. And, you know, they've always been here. It's not new. It's just at a point now, like, we are actively challenging it. Many of us at least, want to do that and to move on to create a anti-racist society and work towards racial justice.
So with that in mind, I wonder if you'd just talk a little bit about the role that you think geography itself as a discipline, or people looking at the world geographically, can play in actually combating what you've been talking about, helping to forge a more equitable future.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways in which I think geography contributes or can contribute. Of course, the work that we are doing, geographers are doing right now, all is important in terms of, you know, work around anti-racism, as well as, like, you know, within all realms of certainly human geography, I think, oftentimes has a kind of bent towards thinking about social justice and environmental justice. And we need to keep doing that and producing that kind of knowledge. And I know within the discipline, there's more attention to, like, how do we make our work more translatable to the policy arena. The other thing that I would add to that also, I think there's enormous need for us to make our work accessible and meaningful to the mass public. So what are ways in which we can do that? And I know, like, within different organizations within geography, there are awards being given out for public communication around that. And I think that's fantastic. And we need to keep doing that. And I think we need to be training the next generation of geographers to be thinking about issues of popular education, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, because that's where we need to be also working. It's not just, I think so much of our work is directed upwards towards policy, which certainly not unimportant, but it needs to equally be happening among the much larger population.
So if you could wave a wand, or let's say you were in control of a vast foundation and could fund 4 or 5 studies that you think ought to be done, geographical studies that ought to be done, or maybe are just beginning to be done, and you'd like to see them expanded, that could help us address some of the issues we've been talking about, what are some ideas that you have that might be worth pursuing?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I think of things, but they're out of my area of specialty. Sure. So, like, maybe they're being done already. Right. So, but I'll take a risk, you know. I think a big one that needs to be done, and I know there's been a lot of work on this, is about immigration. And as you know, we know, for example, like during the Trump administration, there was a large outcry around the various kinds of immigration restrictions that were put in place. which was great that people thought that was dehumanizing. On the other hand, too, there's also an outcry, just that fact that they're coming. Immigrants are coming. That's a problem. I mean, people think the problem is that they're congregating at the border and we need to protect our borders and we need to keep ourselves safe, right? So that's a really, obviously, a mindset that is intensifies the problem, does not solve the problem. And we seem to have very little interest in actually figuring out why are the people coming and is it possible to solve those problems? I don't know that it is, because this is only going to increase, of course, with climate change. We are entering into the moment of climate migration, and people are going to be coming from all different parts of the world. There's going to be all kinds of shifts. And so how do we prepare ourselves for this really coming new reality of mass migration on a scale that, I don't know how long it will play out. I don't know the degree. I just know it's going to happen and it's going to be really severe. And if we keep on with the mindset that we have, that is just a recipe, again, going back to also to white nationalism, for violence, for increasingly non-functional kind of society. So that would be one of the things certainly I think about.
Yeah, that's a really interesting and important set of points. And what about in the environmental justice arena, the area that's closer to you? I mean, you and I have both been involved with students and some of our own work that looks at the extraordinary inequalities in terms of just the environmental conditions of different communities in different places. Are there environmental issues that we're not focusing on? Are there environmental circumstances that we're not focusing on? Are there communities that we're not looking enough at to actually get a handle on just how broad and deep this environmental justice problem is?
I actually don't think that the landscape of environmental justice is not something we don't understand. I think that there's been enough work that we do have a pretty good grasp on what is causing these different forms of injustices. It's a little unclear, but we can make good guesses about what's going to happen too as the climate continues to change and different, we have really good projections, I think, about what's going to be happening. I think the issue is it's a lack of political will. And that's what we need to figure out how to address, because we have been unwilling as a society to tackle those issues. And in fact, even when legislation is passed, a lot of it is not particularly effective. And some of the responses, in fact, to climate change will further exacerbate existing social and environmental inequalities. So that's what I see, a huge lack of political will. So that's what I think we need to figure out versus looking at the inequalities themselves. It's like, how do we get action? How do we get traction, right? How do we, and part of it, the one thing that I'm hopeful about, or at least I was a little hopeful, like, when the last two, presidential campaigns with Bernie running, that was really important in terms of trying to put economic issues front and center on the political agenda. Super, super important. And I think that a lot of the environmental justice issues will not be solved without also addressing the economic inequalities. So it's how do we link those two things, and then how are we then able to generate the political will to actually act upon them? And we have not been able to do that, I think, successfully yet.
Yeah, this issue of having policy impact on environmental justice issues. I've even wondered sometimes if some of the kinds of geographic visualizations could be useful in trying to just communicate to the broader public and to policymakers just how dramatic the problem is in various cities, and cities versus rural areas and so forth.
Absolutely. I mean, the work of kind of the old school idea of geography as maps is super powerful, right, in this day and age. And I've seen on numerous occasions the power of the map to really, I get it, right? So we got to keep doing that kind of work. I've become like a huge fan of the New York Times and their infographics kind of work that they do, and I use it all the time in my classes. So very, very important. And that too is a really a key part of geography's popular education work.
Yeah, so let me just conclude with one question about what you see for you next. You've made all these interesting and important contributions in the various areas we've talked about. Can you just give us a few thoughts about where you see yourself going in the next couple of years?
In some ways, my work in environmentalism very much is continuing, but I'm not really focused on environmental justice in the conventional kind of way. I'm really focused very much on the right. What some people call political ecology is the far right. And I'm interested in the way in which race and white supremacy, white nationalism, how it operates in those different kinds of spheres and how that impacts the environment, particularly in terms of climate change. So that's one big area of work that I'm focusing on. The other one is work on cultural memory that I've been doing. I'm looking at different forms of historic sites and, again, ways in which they represent or don't represent questions of white supremacy. And I'm hoping to produce a historical atlas, actually, of that work. And it really is work about denial. And in some ways, both of those projects are about denial, the environmental work as well as the cultural memory. That's kind of one of my obsessions these days.
Well, thank you so much. This really has been an interesting conversation. I very much appreciate your sharing your thoughts and ideas, and congratulations again on your receiving the Cullum Medal.
And thank you. Appreciate the time to talk with you. I haven't seen you in person in a really long time. So if nothing, I'm just thankful for that opportunity.
And that concludes our day for today. Please join us at 9 o'clock tomorrow for day 2 of Geography 2050.